Okay, I think we're almost ready to start. Um, Hi, everyone that came early. I will share some slides soon, but I want to actually test out whether people can talk. So I've seen one person, Alexander, that has raised his hands. So maybe if you want to introduce yourself or something, if you are still here. Okay, other people are raising their hands. Let me add. Okay, this is cool. Wait. Allowed to talk. So you can unmute yourselves and I guess maybe introduce yourself. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, Ire. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, I put up like too many people at the same time. But Alexander, you had put your hand up first. So do you want to introduce yourself and I guess what you do and maybe what talk you're interested in seeing today?
Okay, thank you very much, Ire. My name is Alexander. Um, I'm a software engineer. I work at Theragon Group. Theragon Group is a data marketing company here in Lagos. Um, I also write for Logicai blog. So, yeah, nice to be on Frontstack. I've been following for quite a while, and about Bike on Africa and your blog. I think your blog is Beats. I can't really remember the name, but I know you're right. Yeah. So it feels good to be here, and yeah, I just listen along.
Awesome, thank you.
Majorly for me, I'm focused on the back end. I'm just like trying to learn some things pertaining to front end development. So yeah.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Cool. Chidera, do you want to go next? Or anybody who's already up and can talk can go next.
Hey, hi. My name is Chidera Ogo. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Nice.
Okay. Hi, my name is Chidera Ogo. I'm a React developer. I'm currently interning at the NA Cohort 5. And I'm interested in new front-end technologies I could learn from this session today. It's really good to be here. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. Rotimi.
Okay. Hello, good morning, Iri. Yeah, I am a front-end developer. I'm focused on React, and I'm a student, basically a student. I'm not working anywhere yet.
Okay. Do you
wait? Sorry, I didn't hear what you said clearly.
You have a talk that you are excited for today?
Yeah, I've actually been. Sorry, I can't hear you clearly. Breaking on my end here, sir.
Oh, I was asking what talk you're excited to watch today.
I'm actually excited to watch everything. I'm just hoping to listen to everything.
Okay, fair. I mean, all of them, I guess, is a valid thing as well. So,
yeah.
Thank you. And I think we have one more person that raised their hands. God's power.
Okay. Good morning. Can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good morning. Gospel Isaac. I'm a full stack web developer, though I'm more of a back end guy, and I also do blockchain technology. So and I'm also learning React. So I would like to hear talks on React and just see. I'm not really a front end person, but I'm trying to be good at it. So I'll be able to build a full stack application without needing a front end developer, which I know I might need, but I just want to have that like power to build my own front end stuff and the rest. So yeah, I'll be interested to hear like front React stuffs and
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen. Let's hope this works. Okay, share. Okay. So welcome everyone to the 2021 version of Frontstack. So I was trying to think of what topic that we would do because usually Frontstack is around one particular topic, but I really just couldn't think of something. So I thought it could be a good idea to just talk about different things that people are interested with relating to front end. So basically just your favorite things about front end development. So we have a lot of awesome talks today. So our hosts are obviously myself and Linda. Linda, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Linda. And yeah, I'm here to be walking you through the whole talk. So get set for dry jokes and office humor.
Awesome. So we have 9 amazing talks today. I wish you could have had more, but there's only, I guess, so much time in the day. So our first talk is going to be by Idris, and he's going to talk to us about how to get started with Jamstack. And I'm really excited for this because I just love the Jamstack. So that should be really interesting to just get more people interested and know what Jamstack is in the first place. Then Glory is going to give us a quick dive into CSS preprocessors. That's like a mouthful. um, I obviously love CSS, and I think more people should, get into and understand the usefulness of preprocessors. So that should definitely be like an interesting talk to listen to. Then Ifeoma is going to talk to us about how you can optimize web fonts to enhance web performance. And this is obviously also another, I mean, all of the talks are amazing, so I'm going to stop saying they're like amazing, but this is going to be really useful because web performance is a obviously really important thing. And web fonts are one thing that you can do or how you can optimize web fonts is one thing that you can do to really have like a drastic improvement to web performance. Then Fermi, who also works at Bycoins, is going to talk about how you can build accessible websites. And accessibility is a topic a lot of people are scared of. So I'm really excited to see how he's going to, break it down for us and show how you can actually get into accessibility and like not be scared to do that. Then Jo is gonna do something really fun. So she's gonna show how you can build a game, a multiplayer game using Vue and PubSub messaging. And I think there's also gonna be like a whole demo of this at the end as well. So we are actually gonna get to play the game. So that's gonna be really exciting. Then Ada is going to talk to us about form validation and how to like handle this on the front end. And yeah, we all know form validation is one of those just extremely annoying things. So I'm excited to learn how we can handle this better. Then Kathy is going to talk to us about how you should, or what you should take into account when you're trying to choose the next like framework for your project, because there's about a billion different front-end frameworks out there, and how do you know which one to choose for whichever project that you're going to do? So this should be also really interesting. Then Ivan is going to talk to us about how you can use Chrome Dev Tools to debug your web apps. And there's like just so much in the browser that you probably don't even really know about. And there are just so many features. I mean, once you open up like console, there's like a billion different tabs, a billion different things you can do to help you like debug your web apps better than just writing like console.log everywhere. So hopefully we're going to learn some interesting new tools we can use to, level up our debugging. Then finally, Karen is going to do a code lab with us and show how we can build a web application using EJS. So that's something that you should be able to like code along with her. So that should be fun to do as well. So we're gonna have 2 breaks, a 1-hour break at 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. West African time, then a 30-minute break, and then we should close by around like 5 p.m. hopefully, if everything goes smoothly, but we'll see. And this is also really exciting. So we have a few 1-month licenses to educative.io to give out. So educative.io is just like one of these sites you can use to like do courses related to like tech. So they have stuff on particular frameworks or just like HTML and CSS and all of that stuff. So we have these licenses to give out. So the way we'll do it is after each talk, there'll be like a very short quiz where we'll like ask people to raise their hands if they want to try and answer. And if you like get the question correct, then you get one of these licenses. So that should be really fun, and hopefully like we can get people more engaged. And this is why you should be really listening to the talk, so we can make sure that like, you've retained the knowledge and you're actually like paying attention. So yeah, website frontstack.io. The hashtag, if you're going to like be on Twitter or anything, is hashtag frontstack.io, and our handle is also frontstack.io. So very simple, basically. So that is it. I'm gonna stop share. Let's see. So yeah, I'm actually just looking at the questions. So this is also being recorded and it's currently being live streamed to YouTube. So I just tweeted that link. So if you go to our frontstack.io handle, you'll see the link to the YouTube thing, but it's also going to be recorded, obviously. So it will be available after the conference is over as well. So you can also like go back and rewatch things if you want. So yeah, you will have access to the recording after that. So I think we are ready to start. Idris, who is supposed to be, I can't find him anymore. Let's try and find, I'm going to try and find where Idris is. Linda, do you want to like, I don't know, crack some jokes or something? Not to put you on the spot or anything.
First of all, I'm not a clown. So in case I might have given you guys that idea, don't think I'm not so funny. I'm not that funny. But
okay, he's here.
Yeah, anyway. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry. Well, just try and make jokes now, just in case this happens again. So
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Oh, I have one. I remember one.
Okay, cool.
What does a website wear to a party?
Something
you
about,
guys can answer in the comment section.
In the chat, you guys can try and answer the question. I'm actually really thinking about this.
So, no.
Someone said hats.
But this is not. But this is not part of the main thing. I know if I say, "Oh, I'll get back to you guys later," someone will Google it. So,
okay.
A website wears a dress to a party. A dress.
Wait, why? Oh, address. Oh God. I'm removing you from.
Hello. Hi. Yeah.
Okay. here?
No,
Idris,
it's
are you
fine
here?
now. Fine now. Yes, I'm here.
You're on
All
the
right.
phone, but also here at the same time.
Yeah, I just received a call from Akikule. Hello.
Um,
Hi guys, can you hear me?
yes. So I
Good
think
morning.
we're ready to start. You can like share your screen and whatever you need to do to get started.
All right. All right. Yeah, fine. So, hi everyone. Should I get started right now?
Yeah, you can get started. We can see your screen.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining this section. My name is Idris Olubisi, and I welcome you all to the Jamstack, the Frontstack.io event 2021. I'm pretty excited to be here, and I'm sure you guys are also excited to be here. Yes. Today I'll be talking about Jamstack, how to get started with Jamstack. What do you need to get started with Jamstack? And what is Jamstack? What does Jamstack have out of the box to give you so as to help you build amazing, fast websites and also at the same time, making it secure and scalable. All right, so brief about me. I'm a software developer, technical writer. I have experience with full project lifecycle using amazing web technologies. And you can also reach out to me on Twitter at OlaNetSoft. You can tweet about this. I will be grateful. And I hope you guys are ready. And we're about to get started right now. So what is Jamstack? Yes, Jamstack is the modern way of building simple, fast, and secure websites. It can be a website, it can be a web application, depending on what you want to build using the Jamstack technology. Jamstack is a modern way that is here to automate the process of the old process of building application, having a single pipeline to build, deploy your application. Even if you have a team working together, it can make a seamless application very fast and secure at the same time. Jamstack, as the name implies, you might be wondering, Jamstack, what does Jam means? Jam simply means the J stands for JavaScript, then the A stands for APIs, and the M stands for markup. I will be showing you more examples as we move along in this section, and I will also give you several examples and examples that you can use to get started with Jamstack. And also, it is not limited to just building application, but also building a secure application, a fast application also at the same time. So why do we need Jamstack? What does Jamstack gives you out of the box? Jamstack, as you all know, security is important when building applications. And no one would bring a multi-billion naira or dollar in whatsoever currency to build an application that is not secure or an application that is prone to attacks. So Jamstack makes it much more easier because the asset and pages are pre-generated ahead of the time, which is pre-generated during the build. The pre-generated files are read-only files, so they are not prone to attacks because having a read-only files reduce the attack vectors, and even further, even beyond what you could think of, because an hacker has several ways of bringing down a website, several ways of attacking a website. So Jamstack takes a whole lot of things behind the scene for you. Another thing Jamstack gives is scale. Scalability is very important. Either you scale up or you scale wide, depending on the approach of your of the application. So scaling your application is very important, which Jamstack also give you the ability to scale your application either wide, depending on your approach of scaling. So as you all know, scaling might seem so difficult in the traditional application. To scale application, if you don't plan well, you won't be able to scale application at the end of the day. That's after years of using the application and you intend to make kind of scale up or scale wide, maybe by the data or trying to optimize your website, you will encounter a whole lot of difficulties. But with Jamstack, there's no complex logic or workflow because most of these static files and pages, static assets, most of the assets and static files are rendered. Most of them are sat from CDN. So it's much more easier for you to scale your application because it has nothing, is not tightly coupled to any application. And also you can find a way, an alternative to improve more and your application will still work fine. Another thing is performance. Performance in building application, performance is very important. I think is the major key because one of these heads that will come to your website, click your website, and it keeps loading forever. Jamstack gives you amazing fast websites, amazing. Just trust me. The performance of Jamstack sites is so fast because so many things are all the things or the pages, assets you need are being pre-generated right from the build. So it is there ahead of time. So once your application is live, it just rendered because it will be more or less like as if you have your whole application already deployed on your browsers. Because when you click, it renders. When you click, it renders. Different from the traditional way of building application where you have to hit the server each time you need to make a request. By clicking, by viewing, each time it goes to the server, it goes back and forth. Jamstack eliminates that. There's nothing like that in Jamstack. So with this way of eliminating that kind of approach, it makes the site much more faster than the traditional ways you could think of. Another thing you might be thinking, is that all? Actually, no, that's not all. We also have Jamstack also give you the ability to maintain your website and also to move your website around. Let's see how that works. Maintainability, like I said earlier, maintaining websites is also something you need to think of while you are building your website because you don't just want to build a site and just leave it there and let it be the same forever. The look of last 5 years is still the same thing, nothing improved, nothing changed, either behind the scene or on the client side. So like I've said this before and I'm saying it again, the Jamstack site are pre-generated right from the build. So most of these are served from a CDN. So you don't actually need any expertise or anyone or kind of set up a team that would keep the lights on, somebody that needs to be there for the server to be up and running, all those kind of complex logic. You don't need that. The maintainability is isolated and decoupled from the website. So it's been searched for CDN, and of course, content delivery network is just always there, and it's I think the fastest I've seen before. And this way, it makes your site maintainable, and also at the same time, portability of your site. After hosting your site, you can host your site anywhere, almost free. You have amazing platform that host site for free and that host Jamstack site for free. And also some other hosting platform too, depending on their pricing tag. And moving your site from one particular hosting to another hosting using that's your site built to the Jamstack technology is quite more easier. There's even a whole lot of benefits because you can come up, okay, today we have decided to change our hosting platform and we will be using this. Doing that, you can do that within the short period of time, very short period of time, just do your migration. You don't need complex logic to determine some configurations, external DB, default access, all those kind of logic for you to move the application from one platform to the other. So now you might be wondering what makes up Jamstack. I've said a whole lot of things Jamstack gives out of the box. So what exactly I think what I've been explaining earlier is on why Jamstack, and now is what makes up Jamstack. So those things that you get out of the box, like the security, the scalability, the maintainability, and portability, how does this even happen? Yes, I'm also in the kind of state. This man is also thinking, okay, how does this happen? How? So now the Jamstack. I'll tell you how things happen behind the scene. I've said Jamstack, JAM. The Jam implies JavaScript, APIs, and markup. You might be wondering, JavaScript, you might be familiar with JavaScript before. We have several frameworks, libraries you can use. Jamstack does not dictate any framework or library for you to use. You can use any, you're not restricted to any framework or library to use. And also the APIs, we have Contentful API, we have the Agility API, we have the Strappy, we have a whole lot of them. I'll be showing you more examples on where to host your content and the tool you need to use, you can use for your markup, for generating your markup. So this is just a brief overview on this slide. And also the markup examples is we have the Gatsby, we have Hugo CMS, we have 11TY, we have a whole lot of them. I'll be giving you some more example in a few seconds. And then again, what is existing already, and what does Jamstack new architecture bring to the existing to web technology rather? And again, I'll be explaining you in details about how Jamstack is able to kind of restructure the way application is being built, and also putting in mind that your application needs to be fast, secure, and scalable at the same time. So the old versus the new architecture. Fine. So now the old architecture on the right-hand side, if you can see my screen, on the left-hand side rather, we have the old way of building the website, the normal, the conventional way of building the website, and also the Jamstack way on the right-hand side. So from the diagram, you can see how tightly coupled the hosting is to the presentation layer, to the content editing UI, then the database. You can see how tightly coupled it is. And again, for every request, it hits the database and return, which affects the kind of the speed and the performance of the website, of the application. Irrespective of how sweet the UI is or how beautiful it is, every request needs to hit the database and get a response. But compare it with the Jamstack approach. As you can see, we have the content system, we have the content mesh, and we also have the CI/CD where you do your hosting. From the content system, it's a kind of system for you where you store your content. Like I said earlier, I think I mentioned Agility, and which are examples of the API. Yeah, you can connect them. They are actually an headless CMS. So they are headless CMS where you can store your content. We have a whole lot of them. It can be e-commerce CMS. It might be your internal API, just API. Once it is ready, you can connect it to your website or application. So in the content mesh, you can see we have markup example there, which is the Gatsby. It can be Gatsby, it can be Hugo CMS, it can be Hugo rather, it can be anything you could think of, in as much you are able to generate a markup file with that. So now you can see how they work together. They are not tightly coupled like the traditional way of building the website. They are something that can be hosted independently. And also at the same time, it is fast and secure. I keep mentioning that this way of building application makes it more secure and also scalable when it comes to, especially when it comes to working as a team, trying to version control your system in a way that you have several people working as a team. You can make good use of version control system, either Git, Bitbucket, or GitLab, anyone you could think of. So this way, it makes it more decoupled from each other, where you can have your content somewhere, your markup file somewhere, and still they both work together and they make the application faster and also scalable at the same time. So where do we start? Actually, I will be telling you where you could get started, but I hope you understand what I'll be saying regarding Jamstack and what Jamstack gives you out of the box. So now, static site generators, we have a whole lot of them. So, but here are some. We have the JQ, I made mention of Gatsby earlier. We have the Hugo, we have the Noxt, we have Gutenberg, we have Gitbook, we have a whole lot of them. But here are some examples you can just check out and see how you could work around it. And the good thing about Jamstack is that if you have an existing skill, you don't really need to learn a new language. You can make use of the JavaScript skills. Either you learn React, Vue, or whatsoever library or your front-end library. What you just need to do is to find a way to connect your system and make it work. So headless CMS, examples of headless CMS. We have a whole lot of them. We have, as you can see, we have Ghost, we have Strappy, we have Contentful, we have Agility, where you can put your content, create a post, create a blog post, any content you could think of. All you just need to do is to connect to their API from your system, and by default, it renders whatsoever has been created on the content on the headless CMS, maybe Agility or whatsoever notified CMS, whatsoever CMS you are using. Any content that has been posted and published on the platform will be available on your website after connecting properly. So now that you know why Jamstack and you know what makes up Jamstack, and also you can clearly see the difference between the old and the new architecture. So now I have some Jamstack sites example I will be showing you. So you see how cool and great it is. The first one, of course, is my website. My portfolio is idrisolubisi.com. It's a Jamstack site powered with Gatsby. So it's a kind of, I think I use React for this. You can use any other front-end library or framework, the Angular or whatsoever front-end library. And I use Gatsby for the markup generation. So I use Contentful for my blog posts. You can use any, it's not restricted to any headless CMS or program. I'm just giving you an example of the kind of CMS you can use to host your content and also connect it to your application. Very simple and seamless, trust me. Then, of course, the free code camp. Yeah, the free code camp site is also a Jamstack site. You know how fast it is if you have used it before. If you haven't, you can check it out. It's very fast and secure. It's a platform where you can learn web development for free. They have a whole lot of course there. You can just try it out and see how fast it is for you to experience the Jamstack technology approach of building websites. So on this platform, imagine you trying to solve a quiz or trying to solve something that is relating to assessment. And after a click, imagine someone with about, I think, less than 1 MB, just the person having access to internet that's less than 1 MB. Imagine how slow the website will be. And now imagine you have to hit the DB each time you need to make a request. So just try to put it together and see how it's going to work. Are you going to have a large user base with that kind of approach compared to a system where user can come in, click while registering. Getting started is so easy. When you click, it renders. When you click, it renders. It doesn't take time. It doesn't load. You don't see your system load at all. Another example is Jamstack. Yeah, the Jamstack site itself. So we can learn a whole lot from this site. This is the official Jamstack site. So where you can get so many examples on the static sites, generators, header CMS. And one good thing is you can also join their community. You might probably get started and start having some kind of error. There are people to help you out. And also you might want to contribute one way or the other to any open source project that is a Jamstack project. They are also there to guide you on how to do that. So is it possible to learn this power? Of course. You can learn it. I've explained so much about it and giving you some example how you can get started. So I've prepared a resource to learn. Yes. So you can find it at the URL. I think I'll be dropping it on the chat for you to access it. On this repository, we have a whole lot of resources for you to get started with Jamstack. When I mean a whole lot, yes, a whole lot. We have from videos, blogs, podcasts, articles. Just think of it. You have so many there. You can actually use them, visit any of those links, get started with them. They will teach you how you can actually use your JavaScript, your existing JavaScript, either any of the front-end libraries or framework. They will explain in details on how you can actually connect them to a content management system, which is content flow agility or whatsoever CMS you'll be using, and also how you can map them together and spin up your site in few minutes. Trust me. You can also contribute. Of course, it's open source. You can also contribute while you're learning, and you find out there is a kind of resources that is very useful, and you need to share. So you can add that, and so that other people can benefit. All right. So I think this is the end of the session, and I hope you guys enjoy the session, and I hope you guys also learn one or two things for you to get started with Jamstack. Feel free to ask me any question. You can reach out to me on Twitter, LearnSF. You can also ask any question here on this platform right now. I will be excited to answer you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to see if I can add myself too.
All right.
So we can actually take questions first before we get to the quiz.
All
so
right.
if anybody has a question, they can drop it in the Q&A, or you can raise your hand if you want to come and actually ask the question. So I will wait a bit to see if anyone has any questions.
All right.
In the meantime, I'll get the quiz question ready as well. I'm not sure if I can remove your thing, but can you stop sharing your screen? I don't know whether that would help.
All right.
Okay, I have two questions. So the first one is, can Jamstack be used for any project whatsoever?
Yes. Yes. Can be used for any project. Like I mentioned earlier, you can store your content. Either you are building a kind of e-commerce system, we have e-commerce CMS already for you. So where you can store your products, post any content relating to your e-commerce website. So you can use it for any website whatsoever.
Okay, great, thank you. The second question is, does that mean that the same technologies we use for regular website creation, i.e. HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, are used in Jamstack?
Yes, yes, yes. That's one cool thing about Jamstack. You don't really need to learn any new language, but the only thing you might be needing is a kind of library or framework, like I said earlier, maybe Angular, Vue, React. So you use your existing HTML, CSS, JavaScript with that library. So once you have it, you're cool, you're good to go.
Awesome, thank you. So someone's asking, can you emphasize on the security advantage of Jamstack? So how does Jamstack help when you're building secure web apps?
Yes, there's no complex, you don't have any complex logic for you to bring up your site. So it makes it more easier and secure. That way, those your page and your assets are pre-generated during the build. I think when you check it out, you understand what I mean by pre-generated during the build, because your site builds, and that way your assets are pre-generated, your pages are pre-generated, and those pre-generated files are read-only files. So that makes it more secure in such a way that what does an hacker need a dummy text for? So, and most of this content are saved from CDN. So all you just need to do is connect it and host it properly on any free hosting platform or whatsoever, depending on your application and what the company needs. And you're good to go.
Great, thank you. So Solomon raised his hand. Do you want to ask your question? I've asked to unmute if you're able to do that. Okay.
I think we still have some questions yet.
Yeah, there's still, but Solomon and I guess wants to ask this question. So do you want to go now? Solomon, are you there? Okay, maybe it's not here. Let me take another question.
What's that?
I don't know, but
I translate.
yeah, I don't. Okay, so let me take another question from here. So, okay, I don't even know if we'll be able to answer all of these questions now, but it says, so say I have a blog with several posts. So how do Jamstack sites handle that type of API calls? Like, are the requests made during deployments?
Okay, yes. If you have any existing sites with several posts, all you need to do is spin up your website that's with any of your front-end framework. Either for using Gatsby, for example, what you need to do is install Gatsby on your existing React application, connect, take all those posts you have on your existing sites, go to the CMS that I mentioned earlier, which is the Contentful Agility or whatsoever, create all those posts there. You have the UI for you to create a simple UI. You don't need any coding stuff on that. Create the post there, publish the post there, then generate an API key from that your dashboard. Go back to your React application, connect it to the React application, and your post is live. And one good thing again is on the Gatsby site, we have starters. So you might be wondering, you can't start thinking of designs or something like that. We have free starters that you can just spin up, just do npm install them, boom, it's live. So all you just need in that case for you to publish your post, because some of them are markup generated posts and some are hosted on CMS. So in that case, if you have anything like CMS, you need to create some .env file for you to have your API, then connect your API to the application and it's live.
Great, thank you. So one person asked, can you elaborate on the term pre-generated files, just for people that might not understand?
Yes. Yeah, pre-generated file is something that is generated. I don't know how to explain it, but I know it's something that is generated over time. That is why I said when you're trying to spin up a Jamstack site, take, for example, just get a simple starter site. Go to gatsby.com or .org, just Google Gatsby. You see starter sites there where you can just do npm, you can clone the project or do npm install the project using Gatsby CLI. Once you install the project and you try to do npm run dev or run develop, depending on the package, what's it called, the syntax you are using. So once you spin it up, you notice that the site builds on your terminal. You see site building, all those stuff. While the site is building, it is generating your files for you. So that kind of files, after pre-generating, now you want to host. So once you deploy to host that website that you just created, it will use that pre-generated file that is being pre-generated during the build. So it's already available for you. That is why it's called pre-generated. That's ahead of the time. So once you deploy, the system makes use of that pre-generated pages and assets, which makes the site so cool and fast.
Yeah.
I don't know if
So
I'm clear.
on that, it's also like the difference between the usual single page applications, right? Where the page is essentially being built as you're like clicking around and different things are happening and it's dynamic. But with like the pre-generated files, like you're just building all the HTML documents, so that's all you're doing when you're navigating around is just getting HTML documents. You're no longer like trying to build on the
Yes, you're right.
So yeah, someone asked whether slides will be available afterwards. So yes, I'm assuming like you'll be able to like share your slides with us after.
Yes, I'll share.
Okay. So I think we should get to the quiz because I'm not sure we'll be able to get through all of these questions. Let me just look to see. Yeah, I think we should just get to the quiz question. So, I mean, I'll try and make this one easy because it's the first, it's the very first quiz. So I think anybody who wants to answer, I'll just ask you to like raise your hands so that, and I'll pick, I guess, at random or whoever is first or something. So the question is like, what does the word jam mean? And can you give examples or one or two examples of like each of the like JAM? Okay, so one person has raised their hands. I have brought, let's see the person. Oluwashim, are you here? Are you speaking?
Yeah, I think his internet is not.
Yeah, I'm sorry, your internet has failed you. Yeah, we can't really hear you. I'm sorry. We have to go to another person. Neo. Hello?
Yeah, hello, good morning.
Okay, we can hear you. So do you want to try and answer the question?
Yes, I would make an attempt. So JAM stands for JavaScript, APIs, and markup. J, JavaScript, APIs, examples of APIs. We have Contentful, Strappy, and then for markup, we have Gatsby, we have, no, yeah, I think I'll just leave it at that. That's my...
Okay, Idris, are you satisfied with the answer?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay, all right. Okay, so you are our first winner. I'll be in contact with you to get your details.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And you're disqualified from winning anything else. So win the one thing.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. That's okay. So thank you very much, Idris. I think we can move on to our next speaker. So Linda, you can do the introduction. But thank you very much, Idris.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much for having me.
Okay. All right. So our next speaker is Glory. So this next talk is a lightning talk, and she's going to be doing a quick dive into CSS preprocessors. So Glory is a front-end developer, and she's going to share everything. Sorry. She's going to give us all the goods and gets that we can get from CSS preprocessors. So Glory, you can take the stage.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon. I don't know where you're watching from. So I'm going to share my slide very quickly. Okay, good morning once more. My name is Glory Praise, and I am a front-end developer. I am a technical writer and a computer engineering undergraduate. I'm going to be talking about a quick dive into CSS preprocessors. If you say it really fast, CSS preprocessors. Okay, so before then, I want to thank God for life, and I want to thank Frontstack for this opportunity. I want to thank Ira and her team for all the time and effort they have put into this. So without further ado, let me quickly start. So before we talk about CSS preprocessors, I want to assume you know what CSS is, because of course you cannot learn CSS preprocessors without a basic knowledge about CSS. So what is CSS? CSS is a rule-based language that allows you to specify groups of styles that should be applied to particular elements or groups of elements on your web page. This is a lot of grammar, but what he's saying in essence is that CSS is that part of your code, in quotes, that allows you give beauty and aesthetics to your site. So moving on with the knowledge we have about CSS, what is a CSS preprocessor? So according to MDN Web Docs, a CSS preprocessor is a program that lets you generate CSS from the preprocessor's own unique syntax. So basically, CSS preprocessors extend the default functionality of CSS and enables you to use logic in your CSS code. You remember when people say that with CSS, you're not actually writing code, you're not actually programming. With CSS preprocessors, you actually use logic, you actually use things like functions if you want to, you actually use things like variables. It makes your CSS more, okay, I will not use that word, but yes, CSS preprocessor is actually giving CSS more spices and more functionalities. Okay, so I'm going to give a quick, okay, let me give you a story. Assuming you're given a contract job to build, let's say, a 10-page website for a company. And as a front-end engineer that you are, you're really excited. Now you work with just CSS. And 10-page websites, you need a lot of, like, line 1, line 500, line 700. It can go on and on. And then they call you back and they're like, oh, sorry, we made a change in our design. Please, can you change the theme color you used? We've changed our design, so please help us. And you go back to the site and you have a lot of CSS lines and you have to start changing everything. Let's say that the theme color you used before was green and now they're asking you to change it to purple. So now you have to start changing everything that has to do with green to purple. You have to change everything that colors that are related to green that you used on the site. It could be a lot of work. So that's where CSS, that's one of the benefits of CSS preprocessors. With things like variables, you can easily effect changes, big changes in split seconds. Yeah. So that will give you like a guide on, or one of the benefits of CSS preprocessors. So why should I use one? If you ask him, why don't I just continue writing my CSS? Why should I go on to learn a CSS preprocessor, one of them? So the first one is that they make the CSS structure more readable and easier to maintain. So quickly look at this code snippet here. You notice this is your plain CSS and this is SCSS. It's actually a type of SAS. Yes, I can call it a type of SAS or a variation of SAS. And just looking at the code, you notice that SCSS is actually more readable. Looking at it, you see that you will agree with me that it's actually easy to read. And rather than this repetition, section, imagine you're typing it, section, you keep going on. You can just have everything that has to do with section inside the section tag or class. So that's one of it makes your code very readable and easy to maintain. Then it reduces development time. Why? Because you're not doing a lot of repetition as you should, your development time reduces. It's a way of adding functionalities to your CSS. Like I mentioned earlier, you can add things, you can use things like variables, you can use things like nesting. You add a lot of functionality to your plain CSS. Then the flexibility, it allows you to be flexible with your code. Then it obeys the dry rule. So the dry rule states that you should not repeat yourself. Dry is actually don't repeat yourself. So with CSS preprocessors, you actually don't get to repeat yourself as much as you would have if you were using just CSS. So moving on, the cool features of CSS preprocessors. The first one is variables, like I said earlier. If you look at this code snippet here, you see a variable is being used here. The body font is giving a value. The red and every other thing is giving a value. And wherever you need to use those things, rather than write the value, like in this case, the Helvetica, rather than write Helvetica in body font, you just, in the font family, you just put body font. And now imagine you're that developer that had to do a lot of changes. Coming here, you can easily just replace, let's say this was a background color, for instance. By replacing the new color with the old one, everything that has background color would just change. You see, little changes with very little effort. And even if it was a lot of files that had that, with just a little change, you have gotten everything changed. So there's nesting. Nesting is the other snippet where everything was put in the parents class. There's mixins. Mixins actually allow you to reuse a block of code rather than just one variable now or one line of code. You can actually reuse a block of code. It allows you to use loops, just like in your regular programming languages. It allows you to use mathematical operations, if-else statement. There are more to this actually. It allows you to use things like import, export. It just makes your CSS more, I don't know the adjective to use, but it actually does a lot of cool stuff. So I know even as I'm saying, I'm talking about CSS preprocessors, some people already have misconceptions that they have carried along with them. Maybe someone has said, don't learn SAS, don't learn this, don't learn that because of this. So these are a few misconceptions, and I'm going to be trying to get rid of them. So you live here with that mentality that, okay, you can actually do this, you can actually learn this, you can actually use this. So the first misconception is that it adds complexity to the development process. It doesn't. Actually, it makes your work easier. It makes your work simple. You can actually break large chunks of code. You can break it into smaller sizes and reuse them without much stress. The second one is you lose control over the final code. I don't really get this one because basically what you put inside is what you get. So you're not losing any control. You're the one that is going to type the code, right? So whatever you type in there is what you're going to get in your CSS. And this is because with CSS preprocessors, it actually compiles CSS, like it actually processes the syntax you put there and stores it in a CSS file. So I guess that's where that is coming from. But I'm telling you now that no, you're the one writing the code, yes? So you're the one that has control over your code. The third one is you need to know Ruby or Node. And that is because SAS was written in Ruby and Node was written in, Less was written in JavaScript. Yes, SAS was written in Ruby and Less was written in JavaScript. So because of that, people feel like they need to learn Ruby. You need to know how to use Ruby before you can use any of these CSS preprocessors, or you need to know how to use Node. But you don't actually need to do that. If you just need to know the syntax. Maybe you do a little installation, but apart from that, you're not actually using this in actual sense. The fourth one is it is hard to install. Okay, I believe that is where the documentations come in. That is where tutorials. You can check videos that how to set up SAS, for instance, or how to set up Less, and they'll give you very quick way before you know you're done. So it's not actually hard to install. It's actually very easy to install. Then it is too hard to debug. That's another very popular misconception. Now, there are actually extensions on your code editor. Code editor comes with a lot of extensions that you can easily debug your code without you actually doing it like the long way. So with code editor, you're actually able to debug easily. And even your browser, yes, some browser extensions can do that for you too. So I hope I've been able to debunk all these misconceptions. So don't give any excuse anymore, just go ahead. So the different types of CSS preprocessors, they're actually a lot more, not like a lot, yes, but they're actually more. There is SAS. SAS is the oldest. It was released in 2006. And this is SAS, yes, this pink one is SAS. It was released in 2006 and it was written in Ruby. Yes, that's for SAS. Then there is Less. Less was written in 2009 and it was written in JavaScript. Stylus is actually like, okay, so it actually took like the good features of SAS and Less and put it into, so Stylus has the good features of SAS and Less. So these three are actually like the most popular. Yes, these are the most popular ones, but there are more. So if you want to look for more to learn, probably, but I recommend you learn any one of these because this is what the industry uses most of the time. So moving on, which is the best? So assuming now you want to pick one to learn, what are the things you consider before picking one of them? The first thing to ensure is that it fits your workflow. That is, if you are actually building it on a large scale product, ensure that the one you're picking actually fits your workflow. You should ensure that it is compatible with your existing code. Now, this is if you already have a code base that you're already working on and you want to introduce one of them, ensure that the one you're introducing will not break your code. Yes, so ensure that it fits your existing code. Then the available features. You might want to check out all of them to see which feature, which one has the most features that you are really interested in. So that's another way to choose which one to actually use. Then there's the community. Community is actually important because when you have questions, when you have roadblocks, you need people to actually help you out. So I recommend you go for the one that has great community so you can easily get your questions resolved and you can actually learn with other people. Then the last one is which feels better to you. You can actually try 3 of them to know which one you flow with better because for some people they prefer this one. Let me say for instance, I prefer SAS, someone else prefer Less, another person prefers Stylus. You're not going to just depend on their opinion. You can actually try to use 3 of them, maybe build small projects with each of them and know which one you flow better with and you stick to that one. Then another thing is if you actually have a company in mind you want to work for or work with and you look at their stack and for instance, let's say you want to work for let's say Google, and they use SAS, you can actually learn SAS to use it there, right? So that's some of the things to consider before you choose one. Now, you should note that they all have almost the same functionalities. They don't all have the same functionalities, yes, but all of them have like the basic things. All of them have similar, very similar functionalities. So don't dwell on which one. Just pick one and just start. Yes. So moving on, what do I need to know to get started? Now, I'm assuming that I've convinced you to learn one, just in case you don't actually know anyone. What do you need to know to get started? The first thing you need to know is CSS. Like I said earlier, you cannot go and start learning CSS preprocessors when you don't know what CSS is or when you have not used CSS. I recommend that you don't just read about it or watch videos about it. Actually use CSS, then you can move on to learning about CSS preprocessors. The second thing you need to know how to use or what you need is the code editor. Yeah, that's basic. But beyond just writing codes on your code editor, you should know how to use these extensions. Those extensions can be really helpful. It eases a lot of unnecessary stress, really. So you should know how to use them. Then the command line, you need to know how to use it because you may need to install some stuff on your PC. So you need to use the command line to do that. These are very simple things to learn. You can just watch a video and you're good to go. So these are the things you need to get started with CSS preprocessors. What else? Oh, that's the end. Okay, so this is the end. I've come to the end of this talk. I actually wrote an article with more details about CSS preprocessors. Yes, I actually touched everything in few details, not everything though, but yeah, it's going to be helpful, especially if you are a newbie, so you can check it out. So my name is Glory Praise, just in case you joined in the middle of the call. My name is Glory Praise, and I am a front-end developer, a technical writer, and a computer engineering undergraduate. Thank you. Thank you, Frontstack, for having me. Thank you.
Thank you to Glory for that talk. You can share your questions in the comment section or simply raise your hand if you have a question. So I'm opening the chat now to see. Okay, so Glory, there's a question for you. Chidera is asking, for developers that make use of Tailwind CSS that has built-in the post CSS preprocessor, do you think there is a point in learning Sass or stylus?
I think it's personal. You could choose to learn it to add to your skill set, but it's not like compulsory. It's no longer like a prerequisite or anything. So you could just learn it to add to your skill set.
Okay. Karen said that she's off to learn less, so that's a convert for you. Okay. While I wait for more questions, so let's just move on to the quiz then. So the first question, there are two questions. When was less released? And then what language was SAS written in? So if you know the answers to the questions, you can raise up your hand and answer them. Are the questions that tough?
Oh, I'm seeing people raising their hands, so I will pick at, let's see, who's Ibrahim. I've just asked him to talk, so.
Hello.
Hey, Ibrahim, I can hear you.
Yeah. Less was written in 2009.
Okay.
Are you getting me?
Yeah.
Yeah. And SARS was written in Ruby.
Okay. But the first question is, when was less released, not written?
Okay, it was released in 2009.
Gloria, are you satisfied with the?
Yes.
Alright. I think. Are you saying something?
No. Okay, if Glory is satisfied, then that means that's like the winner. So thank you, Ibrahim. I will send you a message now.
Okay.
And I think I still haven't heard back.
So Ibrahim, please send your email to Iri.
Okay. Okay.
All right, thank you very much. And thank
Yeah.
you, Glory, for your help. That was really
Thank you.
okay. So our next speaker is Ifeoma. Is she here? Yeah, Ify is here, I think. Ifeoma, are you here? Okay, I think there might be an issue.
Some conference are being attending.
Okay, let's see. I think she's here now. Ifeoma, are you here?
Yes, I am. I'm trying to unmute.
Thank you. So, Ifeoma, I think you just go by Ify. So, Ify works as a front-end developer based in Lagos, and she's also the head of the Nigerian chapter of like Vue Vixens, which is cool. Okay, it's now called Front End Foxes. How did you guys come up with this name? And it's a community focused on teaching front-end technology to women. So that's really awesome. Welcome, Ify. Are you able to share like your, I'm not seeing your screen. Okay, there it is. So spotlight. All right, awesome. So yeah, you can get started. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I am Ifeoma. I am a hobbyist photographer, a self-acclaimed mandala artist. I'm also a front-end developer and the chapter lead of Vue Vixens, Nigeria. So I'll be talking about optimizing web fonts to enhance web performance. So we use custom web fonts. First of all, why do people use custom? Why do we use custom web fonts? Why don't we use the web fonts that are already pre-installed in our computers? So we use custom web fonts because they help with branding. They help with the aesthetics of a website, a web application, a mobile application, and which pleases users. When website looks good, the users will want to. When a website or an application looks good, a user will want to use it. So we use custom web fonts for that, and we also use it because it's scalable. That way, when you use it, it shows it's the same thing across every of your devices, your mobile, your tablets. So we use it because it's scalable, because it also helps in branding and for aesthetic purposes, just amongst some others. So this is a website that doesn't use any custom web fonts, just the normal Times New Roman. This is an old website, it's one of the oldest websites. It's Times New Roman, just uses the plain Times New Roman. And if you compare it to this, a website that uses a custom web font with different font styling, different font weights, you can see this looks more pleasing than the other. And so there are four main web font formats. There are four ways in which your website, your browsers are able to get your fonts, which they read fonts. So there are four formats, and we have we have the TrueType font format, which is the oldest, developed by Apple and Microsoft, and has been in use since the 80s. This was the type of fonts used by the first. This was the type of fonts used by the first websites and all. Then we also have web fonts format, web open fonts format, sorry, developed in 2009, and it's used across every browser. Most browsers use it. Then we have the web open fonts format. It's basically the web open fonts format one, just that it's a compressed version. So this is better for web performance. This enhances web performance because it's compressed, it's a reduced size. And then we have the embedded open type, which is used for embedded fonts on web, an old way of using fonts. So I've listed the types of formats, and then so how do we optimize these web fonts so that when they are being loaded, they don't affect the performance of our website? So first of all, it's when we have the font style. We have 4 different types of font styles. We have the normal, we have obliques, and then we have italic. So instead of listing every like different, all of those font styles, you pick just the one that will be needed. Here in this code snippets, you can see I highlighted normal. I also highlighted the fonts that will be needed. So it keeps it minimal. So we use just the font style here, the font style specified here. Then it's also good using web fonts based on the browser support. Like if you're going to use web fonts, so I'll be going back to, if you're going to use web font like the TrueType font format that isn't recognized across every browser, it's not going to help in your application. It's not going to help. It's not going to be able to read. Your browser is not going to be able to understand everything. So for this, what is usually recommended is that people use the WOFF web fonts formats, which is able to be read across every browser, or you use the WOFF, the first one, the web open fonts format, or use web open fonts format too. Like here in this code snippet, the Roboto fonts uses the web open fonts formats because it can be read across every browser, irrespective of whatever browser the person uses. The person will be able to see Roboto being shown on their interface, on their website, on their computer, or their mobile. So when font sizes, because a font has there are a lot of things constituted in a font. So because a font can have things like, it can have the styling, it can have the weights, then loading the different, and every of those fonts, every font has different weights and different types. So all of those can add to the size of the font. And this would also make the fonts loading to the website take more time. And to reduce this, we can use tools such, I didn't specify here, but basically using tools such as GPIZ compression would help in compressing your website, or you use a font format that is already compressed, like the web open font format 1 or web open font format 2 that's already compressed. This would help in compressing your font so that it will be able to load faster when used on the website. So use of a font loading strategy. This just specifies that when fonts are presented to browsers, they interpret the fonts in 2 different formats, that they display in 2 different formats. They either display as a flash of invisible text or a flash of unstyled text. This is when we don't specify how a font should be displayed. So the browser takes decision into its own hands and then uses the flash of invisible text or the flash of unstyled text. The flash of invisible text, this happens when the custom web fonts, when there's no custom web font specified, and if you are using normal, if the custom web font is specified, it doesn't load till the text won't show on the website till the custom web font is loaded. Then flash of unstyled text. This is when it just uses web fonts such as Times New Roman, fonts that already come pre-installed in your computer or your laptop. It uses those fonts, and then whenever your custom web font is loaded, it replaces, it swaps that text for the custom web font. And because we are putting this decision into the hands of the browser, it's not good for website performance. It doesn't help. We are supposed to control this. Basically, we are supposed to control this decision. So this is where we have the CSS. This is where the CSS font display property comes in. So the CSS font display, it gives you the decision, that decision being taken by the browser. It puts that decision into your own hands, and it allows you to decide if you want to show, when you want the fallback text to show, the fallback text being the text that is meant to show when the custom web font doesn't load. It allows you to decide if you want to show text using a fallback font or hide it when the font is still loading. It also helps you to control what you want to do once the font has loaded. It helps you control what to do once the font has loaded, and it also allows you to specify your own timeout values for each font. And the font display has 5 different values, and this is they're all listed here. We have the auto, block, swap, fallback, and optional. The auto is the browser's default behavior. It's written there, specified there as auto. So it's the browser's default behavior. When the browser loads, it will pick the unstyled, the invisible text. This means that if you use auto, this means that when your website is being loaded, it won't show anything to whenever your custom web font has already been downloaded, and then this will load. Then we have the block, which makes the text invisible for a shorter period, for about 3 seconds. So this it's like auto. The only difference is that it gives a specified time. It makes the time period shorter. So it will make, instead of your text being invisible on your website for say maybe about 6 seconds. And I know it seems like this time it's not a lot, but when someone is using a website, all these things become very, very obvious. So instead of making it 6 seconds, it reduces the time period to about 3 seconds. So the text, the web font being used will be loaded, giving a shorter time period when this display value is used. And then we have the fallback. Which is similar to swap. Sorry, we have swap. Okay, I'll attend to swap first. So we have swap. It's similar to the unstyled text, and it gives the font face being loaded a shorter period by swapping with the fallback font till the custom font is loaded. Then we also have the fallback. The fallback is similar to swap, but it's also similar to swap. However, when too much time goes by without the web fonts being loaded, the browser uses the fallback throughout. So this means that when your custom web font is specified and it's not yet downloaded by your browser, and you have the text fallback, what happens is that when your website loads, it uses the fallback. And even though the custom web font is later loaded, it doesn't show that, it doesn't replace it, it doesn't swap, it doesn't do that. What it does is that it just stays in the background. So it uses the fallback font, say like Times New Roman uses the fallback font throughout the duration you're on the page. That is basically what happens when you use the fallback display value. And then we have the optional. Optional happens with no swapping with custom web font occurs if it's not loaded within the initial period. So what happens is that when there's the specified time period for your custom web font to be loaded, if it's not loaded during that period, it uses the fallback, and even though it later downloads your custom web font, what happens is that it downloads the custom web font so that when you are visiting other subsequent web pages, it would use that. But it still uses the fallback font on that, if you're still on that website, or if you're still on that application, and if say you're having a bandwidth, maybe you don't have enough, so maybe you don't have enough data, or your data is loading slowly or something like that. The optional, when the optional is used, it uses the fallback font instead of presenting an invisible text, instead of making the website invisible. So this is an example of the font display value being used. Here we have the Lato font, and it uses the swap. And in case you do not want to use the font display value, we have the import property as an alternative. The import is what is used when we use something like Google Fonts. You just go to the Google Fonts website and you copy the font, and it's used here because instead of hosting it on our own server, it's hosted on the server of wherever it is you're getting the fonts from, and you're just linking it. And so this saves space. This saves a lot of space, and also it enhances performance, and it's used in our CSS with this style, using the body style. So that is all. That's all I have to. So thank you.
Thank you, Ife. So we have time for maybe just like one question before we do the quiz. So if anyone has a question, please like put it in the chat or Q&A thing. In the meantime, I will get the question ready. Okay, no questions so far. Okay, so we can just go straight to the quiz. Oh wait, someone is asking, please, for Google Fonts, is it better to use the @imports or just the link tag?
So for Google Fonts, you use the @imports, and you can't use the URL except because you're importing the link from somewhere. So you can't use the URL except you use the import property, because you're basically importing that URL from.
I think they mean like using the import in CSS or just linking it in your HTML. So in like the header of the HTML, putting the link there.
Okay, you can use it in your HTML as a link. You can use the link property, and yes, you can use it in your HTML without using the import.
Okay, thank you.
URL. So this is used when you're linking it in your CSS file. This method, this @import URL, is used when you're using it in your CSS file. But in your HTML, you use the link property, the link one. So you can use it without the import in your HTML.
Okay. So the quiz question, so get your like raise hands ready. The quiz question is, can you name 2 uses of the font display property? So 2 uses of the font display property. Okay, one person has raised their hands. Sheung Taiwo.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Swap, use it to set the way the website is going to, the way the page is going to react when the font is finally loaded. You can use it to set in such a way that it will rely on the fallback font if the font is not loaded within a very short period of time, like 3 seconds. I think that was for fallback, or you specify something like swap, where the moment the custom font is loaded, to swap it with the font that comes with the browser, then Times New Roman and the regular ones.
Okay, thank you. Ife, are you satisfied with the answer?
Yes, I am. I'm satisfied with the answer.
All right, thank you. I'll send you a message to get your email now. So
All right, thank you.
thank you. So Linda, can you please introduce our next speaker?
Okay. So our next speaker is Fermi. Fermi is a front-end developer at Bikecoins and helps with building the future of finance in Africa. When he's not working, he's watching superhero films or listening to Taylor Swift. Oh my goodness. He enjoys the opportunity to make people happy through delightful experience. So, Fermi is here and he's going to be working with accessibility on the web. So, Fermi, you can go ahead.
Please give me a second. I think. Okay. Yeah, let's expand this. Okay. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Let me share my screen and start my presentation. Yeah, there it is. So, oh, I haven't done the thing. Sure.
Is there a problem?
Yeah, I'm having some issues sharing my screen. Just give me a minute.
Okay, cool. Linda, do you have any more jokes for us? I need to go and Google some jokes or something.
I actually Google my jokes. I should have prepared for a moment like this when we're in a Zoom meeting. It should be expected. Why are you copying me?
What did you say?
I said we have the same, like we're wearing black. We're wearing black. I locked my hair. No, I didn't actually.
Oh, I was gonna say actually.
What I did is the classes and get a job and upset.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm Googling some jokes. This is the driest one so far. Okay. This is a JavaScript joke. That's the joke.
Oh, this. What could this JavaScript joke be? Can you guys figure it out?
Okay, let me see. How do you cheer up a JavaScript developer? I think I've made this joke before, but if people remember from the last Frontstack thing, how do you cheer up a JavaScript developer?
Giving them a new framework.
It's drier than that. It's drier than that. Anybody know? Nobody knows. No, not alert. But you're on the right track, sort of. Sort of. Yes, console.
Hello.
Oh, Fermi, are you back?
Hi. Yeah. Okay.
Hi.
Have you
okay,
figured it out?
let's do this again. Share. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Awesome. So.
And we can see all your tabs.
Yeah. Let's present. Okay.
Okay.
So. Yeah. So we are talking about building accessible websites. My apologies for the technical inconvenience. So, building accessible websites, a broader look at user experience. Today, I'm going to be speaking on how we can make our websites more accessible and calling attention to how we shouldn't speak of user experience without speaking of accessibility, because we need to pay attention to the experience of all users, regardless of the limitations that they may have. Accessibility is the most important aspect of user experience. This is true because the most basic thing you want the user to do on your website is to perceive your content and interact with it. I need to be able to read the text on your page. I need to be, if there is audio content, I need to be able to hear it. But if I am hard of hearing, then how can I perceive that information? Do you have alternative text-based description of that audio content for such users so that they can also get the information that is presented in audio format? These are the kind of things that we talk about with respect to accessibility. What to do? With accessibility, basically, you want to think about the different ways a user might interact with your site. When we think of users interacting with our website, we very commonly imagine a user on a desktop with a mouse moving around. But there are some users who navigate with a keyboard, who use screen readers. There are users who use braille readers because they can't see the screen. So they need these assistive technologies to help them navigate. And these different devices that they use affect the way they will perceive the site. So it's important to take these into consideration to ensure that the way we are designing is accessible to everyone. We want to consider what limitations a user has that might affect their perception. We've talked about a user who may be hard of hearing with audio content. What about users who have things like color blindness or short-sightedness? Even something that is not a physical disability can also be a limitation. Cost of internet for certain users is much, and this might be a problem for them. Another example could be of such a peripheral limitation might be a nursing mother with a baby. I've just put my baby to sleep and I'm sitting at my computer and I open your website and it starts to autoplay a video and the sudden noise wakes my baby up. You've just caused problem for me because maybe I couldn't get a good night's sleep because of the baby and all of that. So these are other considerations we want to keep in mind. Unintended side effects of your website's features. So say a user's eyesight is fine, quite all right, they can see the screen quite clearly, but you have a lot of animations going on screen, and this user has motion sickness or vestibular disorders. These people might experience dizziness or headaches due to so much motion going on screen. And that's an unintended side effect. You don't want to make someone start vomiting or start feeling sick just from interacting with your website. That's not what they're bargaining for. So these are considerations that we want to keep in mind as we build. When we think about a different way a user might interact with our site, let's see an example of this in action. So let's say that we have a website, a web page. We have a bunch of navigation links, right? One of what let's look at. If we look at this page here, we see the page header and a bunch of navigation links before the main content, which is a form. Now, when you imagine a user with a mouse, you won't see a problem here because it can easily move down to whatever portion of the page it needs to interact with. But when we see a user who needs to navigate with the keyboard now, we realize that they can't just move directly to where they want to go. They have to go through each navigation item because that's how keyboard navigation works. You use the tab key to shift focus from one interactive control to the next, and you just have to move step by step like that through the entire page. So if a user has to navigate with a keyboard and you have a site with a lot of navigation links, it can become stressful. I can spend a lot of minutes trying to step through the old navigation links before I get to the main content of the page, or the specific button I want to click on, or the form I'm trying to fill. So how can we improve this? We can have a skip to main content link at the top of the page. Now we can see what this looks like. Right at the top here, the user sees a button to skip to main content. So they can skip all of the navigation items, and we can see how that works. We see the way focus jumps straight to the form. And the implementation is quite simple. You just give an ID to the main content of your page over here, and the link just needs to use an anchor link tag to link directly to that ID. And just a very simple addition to your page can greatly improve the experience for a number of users and make things quite easier for them. So we can see how this can become a serious irritation for a user with a keyboard on a website like the Nine Mobile website with multi-level navigation menu, where you have a lot of navigation link items. Let's see what using the tab key to move around would look like. Now we can see how focus goes through all the sub menu items and then on to the next navigation and down. All this work, and I still haven't gotten to the main content of the site. So these are the type of considerations we want to keep in mind when thinking about alternative input devices or alternative ways users might interact with our website. Learning about these things. Now, there's a wide range of limitations that users might face on the web. We can't just know about everything. This is why it is important to have sort of a guideline, and that's what WCAG exists for. WCAG stands for Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, and it's a standard. The standards and guidelines exist to help us know exactly what we need to look out for and set targets on what target our website is supposed to meet for it to be accessible enough for all users. The Web Content Accessibility Guideline, you can access that at w3.org/WAI, Web Accessibility Initiative. From there, there's a navigation link here, Standards and Guidelines. You click on that, and then you can access the Web Accessibility Guidelines here. The overview start here. You can see here that the WCAG document explains how to make web content more accessible to people with disabilities. So this here is basically all you need to know in terms of web accessibility. So I encourage everyone to visit this page and look around and study it and use it as a reference material you can go back to when trying to improve accessibility. Yeah, so making accessible websites is not difficult. It just takes a bit of forethought. We need to have this in mind from the beginning, from the onset. Design with accessibility in mind. Another thing is to take advantage of proper HTML, write semantic HTML. We are going to see as we go on in the slides more on each of these points. We want to include alternative input methods when manual testing. We've talked about, we've just seen an example of navigating with the keyboard and how testing with that can reveal areas for improvement. When you try to navigate your website with the keyboard, it becomes apparent to you that, well, this navigation thing is an inconvenience. How can I make it easier? So testing these alternative input methods is great. Also output methods. So you want to test with a screen reader, for instance. And if you're in a MacBook, you have a screen reader. You should have that pre-installed on your system, which is VoiceOver. I think you can use Command Option F4 or F5, I think, to bring up this, the VoiceOver on the Mac. On a Windows machine, you have NVDA, which you can also use to test your website. Another thing is third-party components. A lot of times we use third-party components in our websites. Say you want to use something like a drop-down menu, but you want it to have more custom styling. We have custom components for this sort of things. And you can just pull them into your web page. But you want to consider, are they accessible, these components you are pulling in? So you don't want to pull in components that aren't accessible to all of your users and would erode your site's user experience. And the last point we are going to talk about is how we can make accessibility a part of our workflow so that you don't regress, you don't do something that is accessible, and over time, as we add more features, it starts to regress. So let's see more on designing with accessibility in mind. What do we want to do? A bunch of things that are decided as early as the design phase, font sizes, colors, and the type of media content that the website will contain. These are things that we think of right when we are designing the website. And when we are thinking of these things, we want accessibility to be an important consideration there. For things like font sizes and color contrast, there are tools that we can use to test that we are making the right choices. One such tool is accessiblecolors.com. Here you can test that your site has sufficient color contrast and the text on your site is visible enough based on the font size, the font weight, and then the colors against the background it is placed on. And you put in those variables here that you want to use, and the site checks it against the WCAG compliance specification to see if the contrast ratio is high enough for it to be visible to all users, or if it needs improvement. Another nice thing about this is that it gives you suggestions if it's not good enough, and how you can improve it. Let's see how we can use that here. So what you do is in each of the fields you click, and you can enter the values that you want to use for your design. Now the WCAG compliance has 3 levels of compliance: the A, the AA, and then the AAA, AAA compliance level. The minimum you want to shoot for is the AA compliance level. So that should be good enough, but of course, aim for perfection. And if you can meet the AAA compliance level, that's great as well. But if you're trying to make an existing site more accessible, AA might be a more realistic target to aim for starters. Now, here we are seeing just an example going around and testing various options. So if we tweak the text color a little bit, we see that this is good. But if we use a lighter color, now the contrast isn't sufficient. And what this tool has done for us is it has given us suggestions for ways that we can change the color. We can either change the background color to this, which makes it good enough, or we can change the text color to this, which will also make it, improve it and make it compliant. So these are things you want to do right from your design phase when you're trying to decide what colors should I use, what font size should I use. Run it through this tool, see if it's good enough. If it's not, take the suggestion or come up with different colors, mix and match, and see if they are good enough. Also, font size affects visibility. So if we take this that wasn't compliant before, and then we increase the size, we can see that now it is visible enough. And the site is showing us that it is okay, it is great. So this is a very useful tool to have in your toolbox when building for accessibility. Other areas that we want to think about when adding audio and video content to our websites, we want to make sure that we provide text-based descriptions as well. Like I mentioned earlier, we have some users who may have hearing impairments or who may have visual impairments. How do we make sure that video content, audio content is accessible to these users? We want to provide descriptions in text. If it's an image, there's an attribute for image elements that does this for us, the alt attribute. Make sure that you always have them there, except maybe it's a cosmetic image, which may not need a description. Content may contain flashes of light. We saw photophobia in a previous slide. We have users who react to flashes of light or bright lights or anything. And when you're playing a video, maybe it's a red carpet kind of video with a lot of photography and everything, you want to warn users, oh, the following video may contain flash photography and the like. This allows users to be prepared. Users who may have a sensitivity to that sort of thing, their mind is prepared. They can either skip the video. And of course, if you provide a text description, they can at least know what's going on in the video without having to subject themselves to that. Another thing we mentioned was vestibular disorders, motion sickness, limited animation if the user prefers. So there is also, we are going to see a demonstration of how we can do this. There's a CSS media query that helps us with this, the preferred reduced motion media query. And it's really good because it allows us to determine when we want to show more motion on the screen, more animation. And then if a user has configured on their system that they are sensitive to so much motion and they would like reduced motion on the screen, we can query the browser for that setting. And if it's set, we can limit the animations we are showing on screen. We are seeing an example CSS here where we can use that. We can see that the animation is declared here. And then further down, it's applied on the relevant element. Animation, my animation. Now, what we can then do is use the media query prefers reduced motion. When the value is reduced, we know that the user has said, okay, I want reduced motion on screen. And based on that, we can then go ahead in that block to set animation to none. And then we can provide alternative styling. If we were using animation to draw attention to an element, maybe we can do something else like increase the brightness or add a border to it as an alternative way of drawing attention without animating the element. Alternatively, we could do it in reverse by making the default to be no animation. And then we can check if the user has set, if the user doesn't have prefers reduced animation there, then we can then go ahead and introduce the animation. That is what we see in the second block, where prefers reduced motion has a value of no preference. Right there. And when the value is no preference, we know that the user hasn't explicitly said they don't want reduced motion. And so based on that, we can then add the animation at that point. So either way that you want to do it, these are options that are available to you when catering to users who may be sensitive to motion on screen. Autoplaying media, we talked about how sudden noises could be jarring to certain users under certain conditions. So maybe indicate to the user that there is some content that is about to play, allow them the option to say, okay, I want to play it or not. A common pattern that I've started to see on some websites is the video starts to play, but the audio is muted. And then you have to interact with it for the audio to come on. We see this on YouTube, I've seen this on Twitter, which is also okay because it's not jarring to the user. You just, you're in a public place and you open a link and then sudden noise just comes up. It can be an inconvenience. So this is another consideration. So these are a bunch of considerations we want to keep in mind as early as in the design phase of our website. Now, for how we build, when writing the skeleton, the backbone of any website is HTML, is what defines the structure of our web page. And the beauty of it is HTML itself is designed to be machine readable, which means that things like screen readers should naturally be able to read your website very well to a user if you use HTML correctly. A problem then occurs when you do not use HTML tags for their intended purposes. Then screen readers would have trouble understanding the web page because we've used the tags wrongly, and that could create a problem. So using the right HTML tag enables assistive technologies. Let's see an example of a right usage of HTML tags and a wrong example. On screen here, we see a button and something else that is not quite a button, but is intended to be a button. Now, this pattern, you may have seen it a lot because people use it. They use a div and then give it role equal to button, which is a weird thing to do because HTML already has the button element. Now, assistive technologies will not recognize this div as a button, may not recognize this div as a button. Some browser features that are automatically added to buttons will not automatically be applied to this div, which may erode your user's experience. Now, you could try to improve the div by yourself, but then you will be adding things that the browser already gives you by default. So it's always better to just use the default button elements. We can see that they both have the same functionality. On click, they show an alert on screen. But we will see when we show it in the browser what the differences are. We can see what the real button looks like and what the fake button looks like. Already the real button, without any styling at all, the real button already looks like a button. We can already see which is better. And the fake button just looks like normal text. So even to a sighted user, it's not immediately perceptible as a button. Then another problem occurs if you are using keyboard navigation. We can see that the button currently has focus. When we hit tab again, focus should shift to the next interactive element on screen. But let's see what happens. Focus jumps to the address bar. Because the fake button is not recognized as an interactive element, it does not receive keyboard focus. Which means if I didn't have a mouse and I was navigating with my keyboard, say my eyesight isn't good, which means I can't use a mouse, of course, because I can't see the mouse pointer, and I'm using the tab key to navigate, I will never reach this button because the browser doesn't recognize it as an interactive element, which becomes a problem. Of course, with the mouse, you can still click on it, as we will soon see. But for users with alternative input devices, they can interact with it, which is a problem. We can see again that when you overrun it, the pointer was a cursor, as opposed to here it's a cursor, not a pointer. So it doesn't look like something that can be clicked. But if you move to the button and you overrun it, you would see that you have a pointer, which is that you can click. Of course, when you do click on it, it works, and the JavaScript runs, and we can see the alerts here. When you click on that, it also works. But already we can see how using the ideal button tag is the more appropriate option here for our users. What other considerations do we want to keep in mind? Provide appropriate labels for all controls. If we take a look at the code here, we can see inputs here. We have input type text here for name. We have another input for first name, last name. And if we look just above those inputs, we can see label. Now you could put in the input without the label and maybe use a placeholder to indicate what the input is. But again, for users who are using assistive technologies, the placeholder is not announced. What is announced to them is the label. So they would see that there is an input there, but there will be no label. So what it's important to make sure that for any controls, we have a label attached to it. So we can see that this label for fname, which is attached to the input, and when we see it in the browser, we can see the label right on top of each input. So it's clear to everyone what the input does. It makes it easier for users to know exactly what they need to do. Moving on, we also have the points about using alt text, which we've mentioned before, because images, not all our users can perceive them. So providing text-based alternatives, which users can then see through the use of assistive technologies, which could read out the alt text to them, very important. Ensure visibility of focus and active states. This again, we saw when we were looking at the button and the input. When the user used the tab key, the button had a blue ring around it that showed that this button had focus. And when you hit the enter key, this button is going to be activated. For a mouse, because you can see that the mouse pointer is placed right on top of that button, the need for that focus styling may not become immediately apparent. You may think of it as just an extra like design thing just to make the site look cool. But when you move around with the keyboard, you realize that it's very important, because if you don't have focus styling, you won't know where focus is. You won't know what you're interacting with at any specific time. So focus states, active states, and these are easily done with CSS. We have pseudo classes for that, which you can apply. So we want to ensure that all of these things are added to all interactive elements so that it's easier for users to navigate. Manual testing. How do we catch anything that we may be missing? Of course, you've built with all those considerations in mind. Now you want to see if it works. And because we are trying to be accessible, we don't just want to click around to know if it works. We also want to see if it's accessible while we are doing this testing. So we don't just test moving around with the mouse. We also want to test with alternative input devices. Use a keyboard. When you test a feature, you just built out a new feature. This button is supposed to do this, and then it's supposed to make this API request. You move around with your mouse, you click the right buttons and see if you are getting the right feedback. Fine, but don't stop there. Do another run of the website. Use a keyboard only to move around these things and see if you can perform the same functions with ease. If not, you might need to enhance your design to make the experience better for keyboard users. Turn on your screen reader and take your eyes away from the screen and see if you can find your way around your website using just the screen reader. Is it clear for you? Do you have a good experience using just that? If not, you might want to make some adjustments to make the experience better for those users. Double check color contrast. Now it's not enough to just use your eyes to say, oh, does this have enough contrast or not? That's good initially. You can access with yourself just to see, okay, is the contrast between these two colors good enough? There are some colors that up front you can tell that this doesn't have enough contrast without needing to test. But to ensure that, maybe because you have perfect eyesight, it may look okay to you, we've seen one such tool that we can use to test. Once your page is already built out, we have tools that you can use to automatically run tests on your website to see if the color contrasts are good. You can use Lighthouse, which if you have a newer version of Google Chrome, should already be installed on your website. So when you click Inspect and Open DevTools, you will see Lighthouse up here. Select accessibility from the categories and you can generate a new report. Lighthouse will run a test of your web page and see if there are any accessibility concerns that it can detect. And they will be printed out for you neatly here. And it basically tells you what you need to do to improve the accessibility of your site. For instance, we can see here that the text here is difficult to read because the color contrast is poor. This is an example of one that you can just see just by looking directly at the page. You can tell that the contrast here is poor. And we see that Lighthouse has detected that as well. It's the first thing that's noted here. Background and foreground colors do not have sufficient contrast ratio. When we click on that, it gives us further details and the specific elements that have this problem. And we can find them on the screen. We can see the TD elements here with Bitcoin, which is what I have right here. And if highlighting all of these elements and telling me, oh, these elements do not have sufficient contrast. We can see the link here, learn more, which you can use to find further information on how to fix these accessibility concerns. So Lighthouse is a great tool when trying to test accessibility on your site. There's also another extension that you can add for Google Chrome to also test this. Here we can see another issue that was pointed out. Document doesn't have a title element. The document needs to have a title. And the good thing about this one is it even improves search engine optimization for your site. Because again, search engine optimization requires or relies on your site being machine readable, right? Web crawlers need to be able to interpret your website to index them for search engines. So let's look at this extension, the Axe extension, which is also an extension you can use to test accessibility in the browser. Once you open the extension, it's also among the tabs. Once you install the extension, it's added to the tabs here. After Lighthouse, you will see Axe. And once you open it, you can click on scan all of my page, and it will run through the page to identify any issues. We can see that this has run very quickly, and it has identified a number of issues. We can see that the very first issue here is the same contrast issue, which Lighthouse also identified. The issue with the title element, which Lighthouse also identified, is here to aid in navigation. And we can see all the affected elements here. 20 elements are affected by low contrast. We have one element, we need a title element. HTML doesn't have a lang attribute. Page must contain less than one heading. A little about pages having headings. Now, when you visit a website, it's very common to try to scroll through the website and look at the headings and maybe look at the pictures to get a sense of what the website is about without reading everything through. Screen to do something similar by jumping through all the headings on the page. And just like we have for buttons, the screen reader recognizes a heading by your use of proper HTML tags. So if you use a P tag, and then you use CSS to style it to make it look like a heading, you are not helping screen reader users and users who may be using Braille readers, for instance, because they won't understand that this is a heading and they will not be able to just browse through your website in a very quick way. So using the correct headings, the main heading of your website should be an H1, other subheadings should be H2, and so on and so forth. Use proper levels of headings, and then you can tweak it using CSS anyhow you like. But just make sure that you use the right elements that is semantically correct. Okay, moving on, we can see that Axe gives you further details about which element is affected. You can read that there, it tells you exactly what the problem is. You can click on inspect node, and this is nice because it takes you straight to the specific element that is affected, and it's already highlighted for you. So Axe is a really great tool you can also use in your browser to test your page. So one thing to remember though is that automated testing for accessibility has a limited range. There is only so much that can be automatically tested. You are still going to need you are still going to need to do manual testing to verify that your website is fine. We mentioned third-party components earlier. We want to make sure that any library we use is accessible. And before even putting it in your website and committing to it, maybe do a sample of it and create a page with it and test it the same way that we've done this test for your site. Run tests and see that this component is accessible before integrating it on your website. 1 second, please. Sorry about that. Yes, the final thing that we want to think of, now we've gone through all this process of keeping our website accessible. It's important to prevent regression, because of course, the more we develop, the more we add more features, things might change, and something that was accessible yesterday, today the quality has degraded and it's no longer accessible. We want to use automated testing. Of course, like we've said before, automated testing is not a perfect substitute for manual testing. We still need to do manual testing, but automated testing can help us a lot. So we want to do that. There are some tools. There is AxCore, which can be used for automated testing, but we are going to take a closer look at Lighthouse CI. And you can integrate Lighthouse CI into your continuous integration workflow, which means that once you create a pull request and you push to GitHub, you can have automated checks that will run and will tell you if your code is still accessible. You can set goals or standards that your website is supposed to have. And if it doesn't meet these goals, you get to run it. So this really helps you to enforce that your website reaches a certain level of accessibility. Let's see an example here of using Lighthouse CI. So you have a configuration file here that is set up, Lighthouse RC, and here you can just set rules for what Lighthouse should test for once you have the Lighthouse tool installed. So we have here the directory where your build output should be, that Lighthouse should test for. You also have the URLs that you want to listen for as your website. When, of course, your website runs, you want Lighthouse to automatically load these URLs and then see if they're accessible. Lighthouse has a number of capabilities, of course. So here we are looking at categories, performance, categories, accessibility. So those are things that we can do with Lighthouse. Yeah, you can see here, we can adjust the configuration because under assertions here, we say what category we want to test, and then do we want that to be an error? We want to make accessibility a priority. So we can go ahead and change that to error, and then let's increase the score to say 90. You have a score out of 100, so you want to say, okay, if it doesn't score up to a 90, throw an error that's not accessibility isn't good enough, and that that could prompt you to go back and check your code and see what you're doing. The NPM tool that you need is called LHCI, which is Lighthouse CI. You can integrate Lighthouse CI with GitHub Actions. As an example of, you can also, if you use a CI tool like Travis CI or Circle CI, you can integrate. Hi. Yes, I can.
Yeah, so we're into the break, so we'll first after that in a bit. Okay.
Okay, so we need to stop here.
No, I'm just saying you can
Okay, like round up. Yeah, we are already okay. Okay, good, awesome.
Yeah.
So we are pretty close to the end. So I'm just I just want to show how you can make Lighthouse use Lighthouse CI in an automated way to just automatically see when something is wrong with your website. So I won't go through all the steps of how to set up Lighthouse CI. You can look it up and look at how to set up the GitHub action and how to set up Lighthouse CI. But just know that it's something that you can do once you set up the configuration file for Lighthouse. You can set this up, and what will happen is, so it's going to look something like this at the end of the whole thing. You can see it running here. You can just see the output here. So it runs, and then we're waiting for the app to build first, and then once it's done building, you will see then the Lighthouse CI command will start, and then it will try to load your website and automatically test it for accessibility. And then this is what the output looks like. You can see that the commands that are run, it first installs the Lighthouse CI tool, and then the tool is run, and you can see the output here. So we were testing performance and accessibility. We can see the output for performance. Down here, we can see accessibility, and then we can see the final output that the build was not successful. We can see this in red because we have issues. Now, to see your report, there's a link that will be generated for you where you can see the report, just like we saw in the browser. And then you can click here and you will see the report for the audit that was run. And you can see all the things that were wrong and the things that you need to improve. On your pull request page, you will see status checks here as well that can immediately tell you. So if, as a reviewer or as the person who created the pull request, once you see here that you know that, okay, there is something that you need to improve on. So it's a very useful integration. I encourage everyone to look up how to set this up on your repository so that you can always ensure that your website continues to remain accessible as you go on. So finally, I want to leave you with some tools that you just want to keep in mind when building your website. We mentioned accessiblecolors.com that you can use right in the design phase when trying to decide on font sizes, when trying to decide on colors to use. We also mentioned testing with alternative input devices. Use your keyboard, use other assistive technologies, use screen readers as well, so that you can. And finally, for automated testing, you can use Lighthouse and Lighthouse CI. So this is all that I'll be covering in my talk. There's an echo. I think I'm hearing someone's speaker. Anyway, so yeah, this is the end of.
I think there's a bit of issue with your audio. I don't know if it's just me.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, this is all we are going to cover, and I do hope that in the duration of this talk, I've been able to emphasize the importance of accessibility and also give you a good idea on how you can get started in making accessibility a part of your development workflow. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. That was a great talk. You really put things down. Okay, so because of time, we're just moving on to the quiz. And the question is what does WCAG stand for? So if you're listening, you know that Fermi mentioned that. So just raise up your hand if you know the answer to that. So what does WCAG stand for?
Yeah, so it stands for web. Hello?
It stands for
Web content accessibility guideline.
okay, Fahmi, are you satisfied with the answer?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, just favor, Fahmi is satisfied with the answer, so you win the educated license. Send your email to Ire in the chat session. So right now we're moving on to a break. We'll be back by 1 o'clock West African time. And it's much here. So go rest, read your notes. I just don't spend all the time on Twitter. You can, but we'll be back by 1 o'clock.
All right. Thank you, everyone. So we'll be starting again in about like 10 or less than 10 minutes. But let me try. Oh, hi, Joe, you're already here. Cool, awesome. Okay. Awesome. So we have just about like 5 more minutes before we get started. But I thought we could open with another joke because I've been Googling these jokes in my like break. Okay, so okay, this one is even related to accessibility. So why did the web accessibility developer keep getting distracted? I feel like this one is kind of easy to think about. Anyone have ideas? Nobody has any ideas. It's actually easy if you think about it. It's really like
nothing's coming to my mind.
Because they could not focus.
Exactly.
My mind was trying to make some sort of pun out of WCAG. And I was like, there's nothing.
This one, let's see. Why did the child components have such great self-esteem? This one I don't think anyone gets, but it's like silly. Okay, so the answer is because its parents kept giving it props.
Oh, that's kind of cute.
Yeah, it's cute. Let's see. These are so bad. Like, I don't understand who comes up with this. Okay, how do you make a web app accessible? This one is not even an answer. It's just like a weird pun. So the answer is, are you kidding me?
What?
This is just bad. Okay, I need to find one that's like better. I feel like I see these on Twitter. I should be saving them.
I'm sure there was a Twilio developer who made a bot for developer jokes.
Really?
I have to see if I can find it later.
Okay, why did the developer go broke? Any answers?
I don't know. Why did the developer go broke?
Think about another word for money.
Someone's raising their hand. Karen, I think.
Okay, let's see. Allow to talk. Oh, wait, I should.
Because he used up all his cash.
Yes. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. Okay. I think we are okay. Somebody said no gigs. I mean, that could be another answer.
That's a bit too real.
Yeah.
They kept buying domains because I do.
I guess that's a realistic one. Like that's like an actual answer. Okay, so I think we're at time now. So we can actually get started with our next speaker. So Joe is a developer advocate at Ably. Is that Ably?
Ably.
Ably. So she's passionate about real-time data, PWAs, and great CSS. And she's got about 10 years of experience as a front-end developer and has worked in various parts of the industry, from startups, agencies, charities, to large organizations. She's also a mentor and organizer at codebar.io. Oh, that's cool. Where she's able to act on her passion, not only teaching good use of the web, but also for improving diversity and inclusion in the tech industry. So welcome, Joe. And she's going to be a multiplayer game with Vue, and I'm really excited to see how this is going to work. So you're welcome to.
Cool. So let me share my screen and let's make sure this is all good to go. Cool. Can you all see my slides?
Yeah, I can see it now.
Great. So thank you so much for that lovely intro. And it's such a pleasure to talk to you all today. My name is Joe, and yeah, I'm a developer advocate at Ably. I hope you're all doing well and you're all coping with lockdown and social distancing wherever in the world you are. I'm in London and we're in our third lockdown at the moment, and I've been staring at these same four walls for the last 3 months, and I'm getting very bored of it, and I'm really missing my friends and my colleagues. And one of the ways that I used to keep in contact with everyone was online gaming. I used to host a weekly board game night, and I miss those a lot. I've been trying to do things like Tabletop Simulator. I don't know if any of you have tried that, or Jackbox, to try and get that same experience of like playing with a group of friends, but we kept running into snags. To play Tabletop Simulator, my friends had to go through the process of signing up for a Steam account, downloading and installing a game, and sometimes even that small process was enough to make them give up entirely. And in order to play Jackbox, we had to have one person streaming their session over video chat so that we could play remotely, which took technical skills and time. And I wanted something that would give a similar experience to all of us sat around a table playing a board game with minimum setup. And I wanted something with low latency, with a easy curve of learning how to play the game, and with no setup required, ideally. And I wanted to be able to build a game that people could pick up quickly and play without needing to install anything or sign up for anything. And well, I'm assuming we're all front-enders here, and we all know that most people have a browser either on their computer or on their phone. And these days, modern web browsers are very capable and very feature-packed. So why not build a game that runs in the browser so that nobody has to install anything? So what are we going to build? I wanted something with a simple set of rules that I could describe in code, something that my friends would find easy to pick up and have a nice, simple UI. And most board games are basically a set of rules and systems that move players through the game. And turn-based games like Pictionary or Scrabble or even tic-tac-toe, and they're not only easy to learn, but they're easy to describe. If you were asked to describe the rules to somebody, you'd be able to do it. And we can write down these rules as a series of logical steps. And a board game and its component pieces, the rules and the outcomes of the game, they're all just a system. And all that computer games really are is a set of rules which are captured in code that apply to some state. And the nice thing about board games, especially simple games like Pictionary or Scrabble, is that you can see the state transitioning, the way that the game mutates its data as the players take turns. When someone passes a card to another player, that's an event. Or when someone places a tile on a Scrabble board, that's them mutating the state of the board physically. And the nice thing about party games especially is that they rely on the game state and the game rules being maintained in the players' heads. The logic that they control has to be easy enough to remember, which makes the system nice and easy to model in code because there aren't too many rules. And board games are a fun example of a computer science concept called state management, which is basically how information flows through our system. One of my favorite party games is one called Scroll, which is based on a game called Eat Poop, You Cat, which is like a cross between Pictionary and Telephone, or Chinese Whispers, you may have heard it called. And it requires a pen and paper and 4 to 8 players. And each player is given a prompt to draw from, much like Pictionary. And when they finish their drawing, they pass it on to the person on the left, who then has to guess what they drew and write it down as text. Their text is then passed on to the person on their left to draw from, and so on until the drawing gets back to the first player. You then reveal the whole stack of drawings and you laugh at how ridiculously the original prompt has transmuted and how terrible or brilliant all your friends are at drawing. And this is the game that I decided to build. So if I were to write out the rules of the game, they'd look something like this. So we have a host who's going to create a game and then invite other players to join. Once all the players are in, the host will click a button to start the game, and the players are placed in a virtual circle. Players are then each sent a caption card. They have 180 seconds to draw whatever the caption card says in whatever way they want. Each illustration at the end of the 180 seconds is then passed on to the next player in the circle, who has to type a caption for the illustration that they receive. Each caption is then passed on to the next player in the circle, and steps 5 to 8 will repeat depending on how many players you have until each player has received the stack of drawings from their original caption. The stacks of drawings are then shown to everybody to vote on, and the votes are counted and shown to the players. And if we take a look at these rules, we can start to reason about how we might split them up into state and events that change that state. So every time there is an event that changes the state, we call it a new game phase. So these first 3 steps where we're creating a game and waiting for our friends to join, that is what I'm going to call the setup phase. And the event that moves us on to our next state is the host clicking a button to start the game. And then we're in the dealing phase, where the players each get a card with a prompt on it. We start a timer with 180 seconds to draw something, and the players can submit their drawing before the time is up, but the round won't move on until either everybody has submitted or the 180 seconds has run out. Then we'll collect the drawings and pass them on to each player. The player will then be given 180 seconds again to write a caption. Again, they'll be able to submit the finished drawing before the time is up, but the round won't move on until either everyone has submitted or the time is up. We'll collect the captions and we'll pass them on. And this will repeat until each player gets their original stack back. Then we show each player the stacks and ask them to vote on their favorites. And then we show the score calculation. So we've converted all the things that the players do physically into state and events. And to capture this as code, we'll need somewhere that we're going to actually store the state, and some code to execute every time one of these game events causes the state to change as the game progresses. And what we're going to do is we're going to build a state machine, which is going to actually execute the game. Then what we're going to need is a way to share that state between multiple machines so that all of the players keep up to date as the game progresses. And in traditional multiplayer games, this could be handled by a game server of some kind. But we're front-end developers, we like to be in the browser. So the question emerges, can the kind of game that would normally require a server to maintain some state somewhere be built using just client code? Yes, it can. We can use something called peer-to-peer networking. You might see it written as P2P, the number 2, and then a P. And it refers to a network of computers and or devices, so it can be your mobile phone, your tablet, that share and exchange data and workloads. And in terms of our game, these computers or peers would send messages to each other that control the game's state. And this differs from client-server architecture, where one central machine is controlling the whole game. And peer-to-peer is great because it doesn't need a central server to manage the game, but it does still need a host. So this is the computer that is going to create the original game for the players to join. And whenever the host accepts a new player or a new client, it notifies all the other players and their clients about the new client so that they can ensure that they also connect to that. So everybody should be connected to everybody else. And a lot of games use peer-to-peer networking, lots of strategy games, sports games. There's a few driving titles that use peer-to-peer. And conversely, client-server architecture is used for things like first-person shooters or MMOs. So let's talk about the pros and cons between peer-to-peer and client-server. So as I mentioned, it's a relatively simple and effective way to manage communication between a small number of machines. And the brilliant thing is we're not reliant on a central server, which means we don't have to pay to host that anywhere. We don't have to have engineers who are going to maintain any kind of infrastructure. We don't have to worry about its uptime or its maintenance or it going down ever. And it makes developing as a front-end developer, in my opinion, nice and easy. However, there are some pain points that we should consider if we want a game where players can leave mid-game, for example, like a drop-in, drop-out kind of a game. This is more complex to implement in peer-to-peer because you'll need to manage the state. They'll need to get the whole state of the whole game and perhaps what has happened before they joined. And yeah, it gets a bit more complicated. The next limitation is that in order to ensure that the game plays out identically on all machines, we're going to have to wait until all the players are in the exact same state before the game starts. So we're going to need some kind of lobby or something for the players to wait in before we start the game. We are also going to have to play the game out identically on all machines. And obviously not everybody has the same computing power. So the speed of the game has a latency equal to the slowest player or the player with the slowest machine or the player with the worst internet connection. But for a turn-based game like the one that we're going to be building, it doesn't really matter. But it wouldn't work for something like a first-person shooter or something where it's really important that things happen instantly. And many P2P games hide this issue by doing something like providing audio feedback or playing a cosmetic animation when you're in a sort of waiting pattern. And we're going to have our 180-second timer, which is going to run out. So the players can't delay the game infinitely. Imagine if you had someone who's drawing, an entire masterpiece in the canvas. We don't want them to be able to make the game the game turn last 2 hours. So we have a timer which will run out and will automatically move the game on. And it might sound like this is a lot of cons against peer-to-peer, but for this exact use, where we're doing a turn-based game, which has very few rules and is only going to have a maximum of 10 players, it's actually a really good fit. And when you build a P2P engine, all the clients need to understand the full state of the game, and then they are all required to stay in sync for the duration of the game. And we've abstracted the game into a series of phases. For example, we've got deal, we've got draw, we've got collect. So all that's needed to network this is to run exactly the same set of commands and turns on each player's machine, starting from the common initial state, which means that we'll need a way for all of the browsers to communicate with each other. And when the state changes, share that between all of the machines in real time. And the way that real-time communication is often managed in browsers is with WebSockets. And if you've not heard of WebSockets, they are the protocol which allows real-time communication on the web. They allow us to open a connection between devices that can then be communicated on. So the idea is you open a connection, there's a bit of a security handshake that goes on, and then you're able to send binary data between the computers. And the great thing about WebSockets is that the connection stays open, unlike an HTTP request. So a communication can actually happen in real time. You don't have to keep polling for any changes. But of course, WebSockets come with a whole bunch of extra configuration and architectural decisions. For example, what happens if one of the computers loses connection? How do we get the user reconnected and get them the messages that they missed? Or how do we ensure that the messages are all arriving in the correct order? Or what happens if we have multiple games happening at once? We want to make sure that messages don't get crossed. And instead of doing all of this extra engineering, I personally would choose to use a library or service to do this for me. And there are a lot of different options out there. But of course, I work at Ably, and therefore I have the entire of the Ably ecosystem at my disposal. And Ably is a platform which enables developers to build real-time interactions into their software. They've built all of their global infrastructure, the low latency, the reliability, the message ordering, the reconnecting. So we don't have to do that. And it sits on top of WebSockets and will give us WebSockets, but with a whole load of other things. So I use their service, and obviously I think it's pretty great. But if you've ever used Socket.io and run into scalability issues, then Ably might be the answer for you. And Ably uses something called a pub/sub pattern, which is used to send messages between machines. And pub/sub stands for publish and subscribe, which is a method that uses something called channels for message exchange. And if you've ever done any work with MQTT, channels are very similar to MQTT topics. And the idea is that users will publish messages to a channel, and the peers can then subscribe to that channel and receive the messages. And Ably is the message broker, which is relaying the messages between the machines. And the data that's sent in the messages is just binary data, so we can send whatever we want. So what we're going to do is create a JSON structure with a message type, which would be the phase name, so collection or drawing. And then we can create a payload, which is going to be the data that is sent with it. So we know what it is, and then it'll tell us what we need to action. And by sending and receiving these messages, we can keep all the peers in sync. So let's say, for example, we wanted to send a message when a player has submitted a caption. The first thing we're going to do is, well, for the entire game, what we're going to need to do is create a unique channel. So I'm going to call it depict it, and then give it a unique generated ID so that this game is separate from all other games that are being played at the same time. We then connect to that channel, and we're going to publish on that channel this JSON here. So we've got a kind of caption response, and the caption is my hilarious caption. What we're going to do is we're going to then be able to subscribe to the channel. So all of the other players will subscribe to the channel, and they will receive that message that says my hilarious caption, and they will know that that was a caption that was sent by another player, and the game will work out how to use it. And so now we have an architecture which is going to work for a simple game, and we've got a service which lets us manage state across multiple machines, but we need to decide what we're going to actually build the game in. And again, I'm assuming the majority of us are front-end developers, and we love our HTML, our CSS, and our JavaScript. But could a framework help us out here? So I chose to write the game with Vue, and Vue is an event-driven framework, and it's therefore perfect for this use case. It's got nice approachable documentation and resources which really lower the barrier to entry. And the fact that you can just use Vue with a single include is great, in my opinion. You can use Vue with plain old HTML, so there's no more JSX, which I love. And what I did was I created a separate component for each phase of the game, and then used a thing called Vue directives to display the correct one as the game progresses. So I've got a few screenshots of the UI components here. So you can see we've got in the top left is a component to host, to actually create a game. So the host will type in their name and it'll create a game. Then we've got one that shows all the players that are in the game once they've shared the link. Then we've got a UI, which is actually going to be the drawable canvas where the players can draw. And then we've got one for captioning. So this is where they're going to type in when they see the picture. So let's talk about how the game is actually built. The Vue app is in the root of our directory, and that's going to deal with the main user interactions. The game itself, here you can see the game directory, is defined as a set of cards and handlers along with a state machine. And then the P2P directory contains all the message handling and the handling code that our game uses. And then there's the Vue components themselves, which we'll talk about a bit later. So to capture the logic of the game, we need to break the phases of the game up into different handlers that are going to represent both the logic of that portion of the game and the logic that handles the user input that is received during the specific game phase. And this implementation is part state machine and part command pattern handler. So what we've got here is a game state machine that takes a game definition comprised of steps and an optional context object. And it is used to manage which steps are executed and when. So it always expects a game to have a start handler and an end handler, and so that it knows which game steps to start and end on. And the constructor for the game state machine takes the steps and the contexts and saves them inside itself. So what the state machine is going to do is it's going to keep track of the current step key. This is the string that we're going to use to define what step you're in the game definition. It's going to keep track of the time. So it's going to do our 180-second timer. It's going to await the execute function of the start handler, and then it's going to evaluate the response. And once the response from the start handler has been received, if the current step key is end handler, then we're going to return because that's the end of the game. Otherwise, we're going to update the current step key to be the target of the transition to response, which will change the current active state of the game. Then we're going to call run again to process the step that we've just arrived at. And this kind of flow of moving between game steps based on the outcome of the current step allows us to define all kinds of games. It doesn't just have to be depicted. It can be any kind of tabletop or board game. And the game logic is going to be encoded as a series of handlers, which are going to be configured in our state machine. And each handler is going to represent a single phase of the game, like dealing cards or asking players to send drawings or asking for a caption. And this is what the entry point of the depicted game is going to look like. So it references all of the possible handlers that we're going to have. And this is a function because we're going to pass an enably connection inside the handler context, but it returns a fully created state machine instance to run in the Vue app. And as we said, the game is defined as a series of handlers, and each handler has access to an Ably channel so that it can get the information that it needs from all of the players. The game works by having the hosting player's browser keep track of where all the game hands are, and then the host will send out messages to other players to make sure that the code in their browsers prompts the players for input when it needs to. And these handlers are interesting because they run some logic, but they also collect input from the players. So when we connect to the game using Ably, the messages that arrive over the Ably channels are going to get routed to the active handler for the current game phase, and then passed to the handle input function. And the handlers are really the backbone of our game. So let's talk about what each one of the handlers is going to do. So first of all, we've got the start handler, which will be prompted, which will be called rather when the host clicks the start game button. What it's going to do is it's going to choose some random cards from our depicted cards.js file, shuffle the deck, and transition to deal handler. And what deal handler is going to do is create a game stack for every player that it sees in state.players. It's going to add a prompt to the top of each of the players' stacks, which is going to be their stack of cards and drawings. And then it will transition to get user drawing. And what get user drawing will do is it will send a drawing request for every player in state.players, which contains a prompt from the top of the game stack. It waits for the player's response. So it waits 180 seconds or waits until they click the I'm done button. And then it transitions to the pass stacks around, which sort of does what it says on the tin. So it moves the game stacks forward to the next player that is required to contribute. If the game stacks have been moved to their original owner, then it transitions to get user scores handler. Otherwise, it's going to call the get user drawing handler or get user caption handler, depending on whether we're on a drawing or a caption state. And once we've gone round and around until the drawings have all been passed back to their original artist, we're going to call get user scores handler, which is going to wait for all of the users to submit a score, so to choose their favorite drawing. And then we're going to show the scores message with the final scores of the game round. And my favorite thing about these handlers is that they're using async await and an unresolved JavaScript promise to pause the execution while the game waits for input. And this makes it possible to represent the game's control flow linearly while waiting for messages to arrive over the Ably channel. The unresolved promise basically pauses the code until it returns true. So say we've got a game with 6 players in it. We know that we need 6 inputs before we can move on to the next phase. So the promise we write won't return true until all of the drawings have been submitted. And while we're in the pause situation, messages sent via the Ably channel will be passed to the handle input function. The input handler will then increment this .submitted every time it receives a message. And each time the wait until condition runs, it checks that the current value of this .submitted, whether or not it's greater or equal to the number of players. Eventually, enough messages will be received for the promise to resolve. We know that when the number of submitted drawings is equal to the total number of players, every player is sent an image so the game can continue on to the next phase. And each of the game steps have their own logic, but I'm not going to talk through every single one because we'd be here all day. The code is on GitHub, it's all open source, and I will share the link later. So we've touched on how the game state machine handles the state and how we get peer-to-peer messages between our clients and how it moves between the different game states. But all this would be totally academic if we didn't put it into some kind of app. So let's talk through the View app and the components. So I wanted it to be nice and clear and obvious for the players who are playing the game, the same as it would be if they had a pen and paper. So I mocked up a UI using Balsamiq, but my Balsamiq free account has run out, so I don't have it anymore to show you. But the game phases map pretty nicely into separate components, which I then implemented as View components, and you can see the names of them here. So we've got an invite link, we've got a loader, we've got a playfield caption, we've got a playfield drawing. These are all the separate elements in the UI. And just to briefly illustrate that, what we've got here is the create game form. And then we've got this is what the drawable canvas looks like, which has the player timer bar in it. And, oh, and I don't have a picture of the caption, never mind. So our UI interactions are bound to this idea of the last instruction property, which is the last data that was sent on the ABLY channel. And the components will only display if the state transition message they are meant to respond to is last instruction. And this approach of only displaying whatever the last message asks for makes the UI really nice and easy to build. And we can make it respond to all different kinds of games without having to do a lot of complicated display logic. And this is why I really like Vue. So in the markup, we create a playfield component for each of the game states and bind the state object to them along with the depicted client, so that these components can be easily self-contained and respond to different game phases. And the components themselves only need to know whether or not to display. They're entirely self-contained. I also made a bunch of smaller Vue components for the tiny pieces of interaction, like the copyable text box, the shareable links, and the timer bar. And I guess the most interesting part of it is the drawable canvas, which is a combination of two things. So I made an NPM package called Snake Canvas, which you can use in your apps if you need a drawable canvas. It supports touch and mouse. And then I bound that to a Vue component that consumes the NPM package. And what it does is it takes any old canvas element, so all you have to do is shove a canvas on the page and it'll wire up all the click handlers for you. It's got some utility functions so that you can add a palette in there if you want to change the color of the pen. And then I added it to my Vue template, created a new instance of the drawable canvas element, and the library does all the hard work for you. And in my Vue template, I then emit an event on the I'm finished button. What it's going to do is convert the data from the canvas into a base 64 encoded string, which I then save in blob storage. So I could save it on, I chose Azure blob storage. And what that does is it converts your data into a URL, which can then be sent to each of the players so that they can actually display the graphic. And then finally, we've got the scoring round, which is cool because it's just built on top of all the other pieces. So we've already got a component which displays the card stacks. So we just need to add in some extra functionality to take a score when somebody clicks on it. And this is an example of one of these stacks. So somebody got the prompt rage quit and drew this. That drawing was then passed on to someone who thought it was flipping tables. That was then passed on to somebody, and so on and so on. And we can see the kind of the way that the drawings have transmuted as we go through the game. And I know that was a really whirlwind tour of the whole code base. It is on GitHub if you want to have a look. I have written a very thorough README in there as well. So if you want to make your own games, please, please, please use this as a base and build something else on top of it. And I would love to see what it is that you build. And if we've got time, it would be really fun to play a quick game of it, if anybody fancies joining in.
Yeah, definitely. Let's do that. So we can get, how many people do you need? Just one person?
So 5 ideally, but
okay,
I mean 4
awesome.
would do.
Okay, so anyone who wants to play, just raise your hand. I see one person already. Okay, I see another person.
I'm just going to put out a warning that some of the prompt cards are not safe for work. So I'm really sorry if any of them are slightly offensive.
Oh, no problem. Okay, so what do we need to get started? We have 4 people.
Okay, so I'm going to create a game.
Okay.
And so what this is doing now, so I was talking earlier about the fact that we play a loading animation while the game is doing something to make it feel like we're in an interactive state. So now the game is being created. So I shall copy the link and put it into the chat. Where Q&A, is that what I want? Chat, there we go. To all panelists and attendees. Anybody who wants to join, click on that link. Preferably only 6 people, otherwise the game is going to take forever.
Okay. If it can be the people I've already promoted to like speak, but I guess anyone can really click on it.
Yeah.
To be honest. Oh, I even just noticed some of the speakers wanted to join. So I guess the first 5 people that click on the link. So
Yeah.
go
So
to
hopefully,
the chat.
once people join, we should see them start to appear in here.
Yeah. So click the link in the chat if you want to join. So it will just be basically the first 5 people that join. Anyone is welcome to do that. Let me try to see if it's working.
Woohoo! Okay, I'm going in. Oh, okay, I'm going in.
Okay, let me try. Go join.
Okay, so I've been given a prompt here. You can see it. My timer is running down, and I've got a canvas which I can draw on. So let's draw sexting. You could tell I'm an artist, right? And so I click I'm finished when I finished my drawing, and I get this animation that is basically just saying, don't worry, the game hasn't broken. We're just waiting for other players to finish.
I think there might be a bit of a delay.
If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. But I guess what I really wanted to do was show the actual thing so that it makes sense to, after all of everything.
Everyone that the same thing.
To the person who's not seeing a canvas on their screen, you maybe didn't quite make it in to the game because I cut it off at 8 people. Let's see, let's wait 180 seconds and see what happens. If it doesn't,
sure.
If it doesn't pass on, then we'll give up. But the game is here at this URL, depicted.ably.dev, if you want to try playing it with friends.
Okay, awesome. So while we're waiting, maybe we can do the quiz question to see if time. So the question I'm going to ask is, so can you name any of the pros of using like a peer-to-peer networking versus the client-server networking? I got that correct. Yeah. So if anyone wants to answer, just raise your hand. Okay, I think we have. Okay, I think Joshua was first.
All right. Hi, Ire. Hi, Joe. Yeah, so I think one of the major advantages of using a peer-to-peer network is the ability to not need to rely on a central computer for your application to work. So every computer that is on the network has the state shared between them, and you don't need a central computer anywhere to run as opposed to having your client server architecture.
Absolutely. Perfect answer. Textbook answer.
Yeah. Are you sure you didn't just like read it off of Google or something? Like it was too perfect. Okay. So I'm gonna ask for your email in the chat, so please check that out. But yeah, let's see. It's still saying waiting for other players to finish.
So I got my caption. So now what will happen is all of the players will receive a drawing that was done by somebody else, and they will have to write a caption.
I'm seeing something now. A bird. And then you're supposed to guess what the thing that they're drawing is.
Yeah, I have no idea how to draw this.
I think there's a bit of a delay because I don't see what's on your screen yet. It still says waiting for other players to finish.
Oh, I see. Interesting.
I think it might be a Zoom thing, actually. Maybe there's a delay in like seeing what's on your screen. Okay. Oh, making an ass of yourself. Okay. I see what you mean now about it not necessarily being.
It's not fully safe for work.
Yeah. Or safe for work. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for that. That was really fun, actually. And
yay, I'm so glad. And if you do make anything with it, like, please tag me in it so I can share it with everybody, because I would love to see any games that anybody builds.
Awesome, thank you. And if you can just share this on Twitter as well, so we can also share it there.
Absolutely. I'll share all the links in the chat as well.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jo.
My pleasure.
So our next speaker, Linda, if you could please introduce our next speaker.
Okay. All right. Our next speaker is Ada, and she's going to be giving a talk on form validation and error handling on the front end. So Ada works as a front-end engineer at Binary Hills. She has 3 years of experience working on the front end, focusing on JavaScript, especially using React framework. In her spare time, she enjoys writing fiction, writing or reading articles, and has recently taken up swimming. So Ada, you can take the stage and give us your talk.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Ire. Thank you for Linda for the opportunity to speak today. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Okay. I'm going to be talking about form validation and error handling on the front end. Okay. First of all, why bother validating on the front? Oh shit! Oh, give me a few minutes. I don't know why this is. Okay. So, why bother validating on the front end? Well, if you can see my screen, you can see that we might have actually saved this laptop or this computer from this cat's anarchy if we give a better, if this particular application had a better validation and the cat knew what the reason was for failing at 99%. Craig Sullivan took to Twitter to call out Amazon UK for this particular error message. And while this message might have come from the, most definitely came from the back end, but the user does not actually know that. All the user knows is that they got an error message and they don't know what to do about this error. That the error message said the promotional code you entered cannot be applied to your purchase. And Craig was like, why? Right? That's all the user knows. They just know that the form doesn't work, or they know that this stuff doesn't work. And why the reason why it doesn't work is just what they are interested in, you know. one of the things that I heard, or one of the first stories, or like, how people just say things and software. One of the things I heard was like, as a back-end developer, you're not supposed to trust any data coming from the front end, because there are a lot of ways that the clients can actually turn off JavaScript from the front end, and then your validation is not avoided. You can inject things through the forms, so front end validation, no matter how much validation you do on the front end, you have to validate at the back end. So at first I was like, okay, so if I have to validate, if the back end engineer is going to actually validate on the back end, then why do I have to bother doing these same things on the front end? It just feels like too much work. Why don't I just send them the data, right? And the reason is that the user does not actually know that there is a front end and the back end. All they know is that I filled your form, I sent it, and then it took a little bit of time for me to realize that my email format is not in the right way that you would expect. And that's the only thing they know, right? And they don't like that. That's just that they don't want to hear that type of thing. So those type of, you want to improve your user experience. That's just the main reason why. That's the basic reason why we actually validate on the front end. You want to improve your user's experience. Okay, how do I know what to validate on the front end? How do I know if this is like, if this is even important enough to validate? The forms are the only way by which like your clients can communicate with. It's the only channel where you can actually have that client server conversation, right? So how do you know what to validate? You have to check if the field is a required field. If, for instance, you are trying to log someone in and the person is required to log in with password. Yes, so password is a required field. You have to check if it has a format. For instance, if someone is required to input an email before putting the password in, you have to check that the email format is correct. All right, you don't want them to actually type in something, maybe they for some strange reasons they don't realize that you are asking for email, and then they type in their names there, right? And then it gets to the back end, and then the back end now have to return the information that, okay, this is not really an email address, and I'll need, you want to stop, you have to check all those things in the front end before sending it to the server, right? So in that way, you decrease the time that you take to actually get the response and know what to do next, right? So from the user's perspective, this is like, then for the developer, you're like, yeah, I know all these things, but I think that why this stuff is important for the developer is because if you know what to look out for, and if you know, like, okay, this is the reason why this is important, I feel it's going to help you feel better about validating on the front end. Okay. Well, yeah, apparently there is actually such a thing as over validation. So I have this meme. I call it a meme. Oh, it's you might have seen it once, right? It's this little message where we have where the user, this form where the user is like, where the user gets a feedback that says, sorry, this password is already used by another account, and then goes on to tell them the username of the particular person with the password, Mario, please use another password. Now, if the user is malicious, all they have to do is to just keep repeating passwords, and then you keep giving them usernames, and then it depends on what the form is about, really. And then, but still, no matter what it is about, well, they can actually just log in, the username and the password, and just have a look around, and it's intrusive, So there is such a thing as validation. And while I know this might actually be an error from this is actually a back-end error, right? This particular one, but still it's one of those things where the user does not actually, you have to always remember that the user does not actually realize that there is a front end and a back end. For crying out loud, before getting into software, all I knew was that, like, when I'm on this website and something is wrong, I'm just going to insult whatever like company has that particular website. I don't know that there's a front end engineer doing this and there's a back end engineer, and these errors come from the front end or the back end. And you, most especially being on the front end, you have to like find out these things of time. And if you don't think the error message is suiting enough, you can actually communicate to the back end engineer. Okay, so what can you for form validations, what can you actually do to help the users to be able to fill in your forms well. Number one, I think that when validating forms or when trying to get users to submit the right things, the first thing that you want to do is to be able to have your users input the information in the right format. Like, you basically help them fill that form without making it look like you're helping them fill the form, right? So they get fewer errors because of how easy it is to fill your form, and in that way, it seems as if the process is actually faster than it is, right? So this particular example, that you can have like tips, these little icons here. I see some modern websites actually have it, so that when the user hovers around them, they can actually get a breakdown of what exactly is required, just in case they're not sure. It will actually decrease the amount of time they get like error messages back or stuff like that. You can point out to them the fields that are mandatory, so they know on time that this particular field is required. What most people do is that they have the red stars on the names on the labels for the inputs, so that when the user is using the form, they can find out, they can easily see, okay, this is actually a required field. But then some people might not actually know what the red star means. So it's either you have to find a way to actually mark it out and be like, okay, this red star means that this particular field is a required field, and you're required to fill in this. You have to be very descriptive. Your users are like babies. You have to tell them the right thing to put that. Just think about them like 5-year-olds. You have to tell them specifically what do I, but you don't have to do it in a way that is condescending. Do it in subtle ways that they don't really realize that they're being helped, but it's easier in a few. Okay. Yeah, well, this should be good news to some people, because there are actually libraries that you can use for form validation. While I think that most forms are like, each form depends on what you actually like building it for. They're unique, right? But there are some libraries that can actually also help you make it easier. Even though I think sometimes the libraries, especially from validation libraries, sometimes they introduce a level of complexity that you may not need. But if that's not really an issue for you, you can check out some form validation libraries. You have this live validation. This one gives you an error message immediately, like it's instant, right? So the moment there's a mistake on that particular field, the user gets feedback. You have Formic, I think you can use Formic on React.js, you have Validate.js, you have Validate. I think this is used by Vue.js developers. So there are a lot of libraries actually, and then you have to actually look through the documentations and decide which one suits your need. And most times, using this form validation libraries for your validation is actually quite easy to adopt. Most times the documentation is well written. Okay, you can actually track your forms. I think that for the developer, for the front-end developer, this is actually something that's very important. It's a form of analytics. So you can actually track the way users interact with your forms. You can find out which particular field in your form is taking the longest to fill, which particular field in your form is getting the most, that the user is getting most errors with, how long they spend on a particular field on the form. I think with Lucky Orange, you can even get a snapshot of, like, once a user lands on your site and you have the Lucky Orange script on your site, you can easily look through, like, basically see how everything the user does when they land on your site. And that could help you to know how to improve your forms. Even though most of these form tracking tools are up for, like, you have to pay a little stipend, but if you check out, I think there are trial versions, so you can check out the trial versions and then you decide what works for you and if you actually need that. Okay, so when your validation fails, the truth is that the only thing the user wants to know is what was the problem. You want to know 3 things. Every other thing apart from this is long story. You don't really get. That's just it. You have to remember that whatever error message you're giving your user, it has to answer at least 2 of these. You want to know what was the problem, why did it happen, and how do I solve it? If you want to answer why did this happen, for the most part, they are actually only interested in if it's their fault. If it's their fault, then how do they solve it? If it's your fault, how soon can you get it done? That's what they need to know, And yes, most of your users can think of them as Squidward, I guess, because he's the adult version of all of us anyway. Okay, why is error handling important? Well, the way we actually handle errors on the front end matters a lot, because when you have this particular example now, we have two different buttons, and two of them don't really help the user as far as I'm concerned, because okay, this particular error message in the first place, it doesn't answer this question. It doesn't tell you what the problem was, right? We already know an error occurred, right? That's fact. But why did it happen, and how do I solve it? And this doesn't help. How do I do this? So nice things. Okay, so yeah, so we can so that's why this doesn't work. This too, your email could not be sent. Okay, this particular one answers the question, what was the problem? It tells you that your email could not be sent. Okay. Why did it happen? Or like, how do I solve it? If my email could not be sent, what did I do wrong? Or what did you do wrong? How exactly am I supposed to fix this? These are the reasons why error handling, so finding out how to handle errors on the front end is important. This particular error message says you've been warned 3 times that this file does not exist. Now you've made us catch this for this exception and we are upset. Do not do this again. I think it's a parody actually, but this is an intense error message. Jesus Christ, it's almost heartbreaking. So yeah, you don't want to sound that way to your users. Okay, so there are a few things you have to keep in mind when handling errors on the front end. You don't want to make your user feel confused or stupid. You don't blame the user no matter what happens. Remember how they tell us that the customer is always right? Well, your user is always right. Even when they are wrong, they are right. Don't redirect the user to another page with the feedback on an error occurs. Yeah, when you have like an error, you have an error showing up on this page, you don't want to redirect the user to another page to view the error and they have to navigate back. That's at UX. Don't summarize error messages. So, but I don't think I have an example of this, but I saw a particular error message that had like 3 paragraphs of text telling the user what the error message is. Yeah, and while that looked descriptive and at least now they know what's wrong and stuff like that, they don't want to do that. They don't like that. No, don't do that. If I think I read somewhere that humans have the attention span of a goldfish. Yes, keep that in mind when you're writing error messages. And don't over communicate. Yes, don't do that. Okay, so when you look at this error message, proceeding with the operation delete will erase the content of the hard drive. What do you wish to do? You wish to proceed or do you wish to delete? Now, this error message is not clear at all. So proceeding with the operation delete, that means when you click delete, right, to erase the content of that drive, what do you wish to do? You wish to proceed with delete or do you wish to proceed with delete? I don't know. The button combination, it's not clear. If the error message you're putting out to the user is not immediately clear to the user what they're supposed to do right after, then your error message have failed. Okay, yeah, I saw this recently. How old are you? 23. Visa already exists. The problem here actually is that I feel like this particular forms issue is that this message should probably come up somewhere else, maybe where the user inputs their username. That's where they should probably get this particular error, but this error is paired with their age, which doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. You want your error messages to be paired with a particular defaulting EQs for the most part, for as much as you can. That's what you want. Most times when we have error messages, it's good to use a little bit of wit. You want to be funny sometimes. you have to be careful though, because something with jokes is that sometimes you can just have the wrong delivery. So you don't want to be funny when, for instance, someone's having like issues with their debit card issues or something like that, something to do with their money or stuff like that. No, you don't want to insert like something funny there. No, but you also want to be funny with your error messages. Sometimes it's supposed to actually help your users to feel more at home with you and with your site. So I actually saw this error message on this 4.4 page, and this was animated and had a little dance going, and I felt that it was good use of the 4.4 page. Yes, infuse a little bit of wit, and even though the user is going to be initially frustrated at landing at the 4.4 page, it makes the stress of having to go through this not as bad, if that's possible. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you for having me once again.
Okay, thank you, Ada. So you can drop your questions in the chat, or you can raise your hand if you have any question, or Ada. Okay. If we don't have any questions coming up, then we can just move on to the quiz. So the question is, what questions does your error message need to answer?
It wants to answer about three questions, and it wants to know the problem, what caused the problem, and why it happened, and the solution to it, how they can solve it.
Ada, do you approve?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so congratulations. I've just sent your email in the chat to you. Okay, while you do that, I guess you can introduce the next speaker.
All right, thank you, Ada. So our next speaker is Kati Franz. Is a software engineer and F0 ambassador, and is passionate about mentoring and training other developers. He's published over 200 hours of training resources on Udemy with over 65,000 students watching those courses. That's awesome. And he's worked for multiple Fortune 500 companies across the world, and is always willing to share his experience and mentor others. So Kati is going to be talking to us today about choosing the right JS for your next project. So Kati, you can get started.
Hello, can you guys see my screen?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, awesome. Thank you guys so much for having me. I'm very excited. Really amazing talks, really amazing presentations, really amazing slides. So I want to talk about choosing your next JavaScript framework or library for the projects that you're gonna work on, or for your company, for your business. I'm currently working on Tensor.js. It's a nice project. You should probably check it out. And most of my experience I have kind of dumped in here, so I think it would be great to see what you can learn from there. So first of all, I want to talk about why I came up with this talk. When I saw the call for papers just 1 week before, I received a call from a company from Ghana, and they were like, "Hey, we want you to consult for us, talk to our engineering team, see what you can improve." And they were a startup, and basically they started their front end. They were building a cryptocurrency website, and it's kind of like an exchange. And what they did was they used Gatsby to build the projects, and they were almost done, but the challenges were so much. It was just unbelievably terrible. They didn't know why they were using Gatsby, and that was a really horror story because they had been building for about 3 months or so. And now I had to come in and say, "Hey, you shouldn't have used Gatsby in this situation." Yeah, so the fact that you have a GraphQL API and you want performance does not mean Gatsby is the best for your startup. So also you build faster when you have the right tooling. If you're going to be building um, an application that uses GraphQL, then using libraries that have direct support for GraphQL is going to make your team grow faster. Then you save business money in the long run if you choose the right framework, the right libraries, the right tools to use for your project. Also, security is a big deal. You want to make sure that you're choosing projects that kind of match the business that you're working for. Then you also have to think about scalability and maintainability. Because I'll give you an example. There's this e-commerce shop in Europe. They're called About You. They have over um, 200,000 products on their e-commerce shop, right? And they are not using the Jamstack for this. They are not using, Gatsby to pull in 200,000 products and run a build through 200,000 and build 200,000 pages. So before you choose your next JavaScript framework, you definitely have to think about the scalability. What if they have 1 million products in future? How much are they going to be spending on servers to build 1 million products just to publish? And what server or what CDN is going to handle 1 million pages? It's going to be very, very expensive. So you have to think about that also. Okay, so why do we have so many JavaScript frameworks? Why do we have a new framework, a new library coming out? It's because of the evolution of the web. A brief history about the web is going to give you a great perspective on why this is. First of all, the web started with server-side generation, which means that from the first days of the internet, websites were just, hey, I visit my browser and the server sends an HTML page and I see it. Then it went to client-side rendering, where you visit your website and it sends just one index.html file with something like React, and then you view your website. Then it went to server-side rendering, where for the first page, it gives you just one page, and then the subsequent pages are done by the browser. We'll talk about those. So first, server-side generation. You visit a website, it returns the HTML. If you visit the next page, it goes to the server, then it returns the HTML.
Error handling on the front end. So Ada works as a front-end engineer at Binary Hills. She has 3 years of
Is that noise? Okay, thank you. So you visit a website and the server generates the HTML, and the server sometimes has to fetch this data from the database and then return it to the browser. There's almost no JavaScript happening. This is how projects like Laravel and Django handle websites building. That's server-side generation. So what was the problem with that? The problem was the time, right? People wanted more performance. So that's why they came up with client-side rendering. So the server just returns an index.html and a JavaScript file. And then on the browser, that JavaScript is going to execute the JavaScript and then generate the HTML. So this is what something like Create React App, Angular CLI, Vue CLI is going to do for you. Then it's mostly used for creating single page applications. Then we got into server-side rendering. Why? Because we realized SEO is really bad when you return a blank index.html file from the server. So Google has to, request your website and then find out information about your website so it can show results. But then your website is returning just an index.html file, which is blank. So what does Google do? Right? So that's why we came up with server-side rendering, so that the first page is going to actually return the content from the server. And then when the user is visiting subsequent pages, the client side is going to handle the rest, right? So this is server-side rendering. And we'll talk about how all of these fall into different JavaScript library categories. So the first category we have is front-end frameworks: React, Vue, Angular, Svelte, Alpine.js. And this is because this is for client-side rendering. So remember, client-side rendering had one big disadvantage: the fact that it returns a blank index.html page, and then the browser has to generate the page. And this is not very good for SEO, right? So that's the first category. The next one is we have state managers, and this is for building these single page applications. When we're building really complex applications, when do you get to use a state manager, and why would you include that? Then we have build tools. We have Webpack, Snowpack, ESBuild, Parcel, Vite. So many build tools. We'll talk about when to use this, why would you would want to use those. Then the second category we have is static site generators. We have Scully, Gatsby, Gridsom, ViewPress, and basically they generate HTML files for your project. This is really very involved with the Jamstack and static site generation. It pulls your data from an API and then it bundles that data to generate pages, right? Then we have hybrid SSR and static site generators. So we have some frameworks that can do SSR, which is server-side rendering, where they render the first page with enough information that Google can SEO. And then they also do static site generation. Next.js, Nox.js, Sapper are the most popular ones. Then we have testing tools: JS, Cypress, Storybook, Puppeteer, and we'll talk about when to choose those. All right, so with the last category of JavaScript libraries we have is UI libraries: React, Bootstrap, Vue, Material, and other tools such as utility libraries: Lodash, Lambda, data fetching, Axios, Apollo Client, Dates, right? So front-end frameworks. When is the best time to use front-end frameworks for your project? If you are at a company and you're asked, hey, for this new project that we have, what do we use? When do you choose a front-end framework? The first is when SEO is absolutely not important. For example, if you're building an application dashboard for your internal company that is behind a login screen, you don't need to care about SEO. So you can go ahead and use React, create React app, or Angular CLI or Vue CLI to start your project, right? Now, if you're doing a demo application for an internal project or for a game like we just saw where SEO is absolutely not important, you can also go ahead and use your vanilla Vue or your React or your Angular or your Svelte. Now, also, if you're just building simple functional apps, maybe a calculator for your company's website or something like that, you can use something like this. Now, if the application is server generated like Laravel and Django, then you can kind of sprinkle React and Vue into the template, where it's not generating the pages. All it's doing is just adding animations, interactions like that. So that's when you would use front-end frameworks for your projects. SEO is absolutely not important. And if you just want to add interactivity, more powerful components to your projects, right? Now, when would you use build tools? You have Webpack. And when would you use Webpack? If you're building projects at your company and they say, hey, it's a dashboard, hey, it's a website, then Webpack is really good for this. This is why Webpack was created, so that you can just take your project with your ES 2021 JavaScript, for example, or your TypeScript, and then bundle it to browser compatible JavaScript, right? So Webpack is really good for building dashboards, websites, things like that. Now, if you're building a design system or internal libraries or packages for your company, then Rollup is perfect for this. So this is kind of going to give you a perspective on exactly where your mind should go, so that you don't spend a lot of time researching. So if they say, hey, we're building a design system, Rollup is most likely what you would want, because you are distributing a package that would be used in other projects. Then if you want to build small project, demo projects, a small game, Parcel is really great, really fast to get started with. Webpack and Rollup are, a little bit more than comfortable to get started with, but Parcel, with just, one script, you can get started and, run your project. Okay, so static site generators like Gatsby, Gridsom, Scully. So all of these, Next.js, Nox.js, they are also static site generators. When do you use this? Company websites are great. So let's say you have maybe Bitcoins. Bitcoins is, let's say Bitcoins had a really nice landing page where they do a lot of marketing pages and things like that. It would be really great to use a static site generator like Gatsby, right? To display the pages, the blog, and things like that. Now, for the main application where users trade, this wouldn't be the best. They would use a front end framework so that, because they don't care about SEO, they don't care about search engines at that moment, they just want users to trade, then they would use Angular or React, right? Now, for the company website, remember you can choose, if you're using React, then you would go for Next.js or Gatsby. If you're using Vue, you would go for Gridsome. Or VuePress. If you're using Angular, you would go for what Angular has. Yeah, so e-commerce websites would also be great, but remember you have to think about the scale, because you have fixed number of products, maybe 100 products. You can just use Gatsby to pull in the products and then compile the pages, generate the pages, just like Idris said, and then your pages would be on a CDN and it's going to be really fast, right? But when you're starting to get to 200, 300 thousand products, then you can probably think a little bit about this. But for a start, for new projects, this is going to be great. Then if you're building blogs, then this is going to be perfect also. And if you're also building landing pages where SEO is super important and you want it to load as fast as possible, that's where static site generators shine the most. All right, so UI libraries. If you are building a project and you don't have any designer on your team, that's when you should pull in a UI library to kind of fast track your project. The reason why this is an important decision is because sometimes people pull in a UI library, maybe React Bootstrap, and it adds about 200 kilobytes to the bundle size, and then they are trying to force that React Bootstrap to look like what the designer designed for the company. And that's just, not very good, right? What you probably want to do is just pull in maybe Tailwind CSS and build the company design system from scratch. That would probably be useful. Or you get headless UI where you just have the structure of the component and you just have to add CSS, right? So if you're using Vue Material or React Material or React Bootstrap, make sure you don't have a designer who has pre-built components that look completely different from the UI libraries that you're choosing. It's just going to add to your bundle size and probably be very complicated to customize. Your company does not have a brand, so you probably want to use a UI library. If you're doing practice projects, they're perfect for those. If you're building app dashboards where you don't really care too much about the design or representing the brand internally, where people are, actually getting work done, then you can use a UI library. So other tools such as dates libraries, you can use Day.js. Now, how do you choose a tool like a library? Let's say you want to manipulate dates in your application. The first thing you want to do is, first of all, check out the downloads on NPM so that you will know how many people rely on this package. The second thing you want to do is look at the size. Look at the size of your bundle right now. If you have an app that is over 300 kilobytes of JavaScript already, you have to be very careful when including a new package. If you don't have too much things to do, if you're not building a calendar application like Calendly, I don't think you should even have Day.js in your bundle. You should probably just write the JavaScript functions to do the date things, because it's going to reduce your bundle as much as possible. So if you're also building, if you're pulling in a UI library, for example, or Day.js, then you have to make sure that the library is tree shakeable. So you want to check out, is this tree shakeable, so that you can pull in just one function that you need, and then Webpack is going to ignore the rest of the packages that you didn't import from the library. That way your bundle can be very thin. So always prefer no utility libraries. If you are building a project and you want to install Lodash because Lodash has some nice functions, you should probably think about using vanilla JavaScript, because you can write those functions yourself. You can copy them from Stack Overflow and just have like less than 1 kilobyte of functions imported into your project. Yeah, so this has been a summary of how you can choose JavaScript frameworks and libraries for your projects. I would just, kind of give you a summary of my total advice. One, if you're building company websites, static site generation is really good. If you're building, a marketing site, a blog for your company, then you want to go for Gatsby with a CMS, or you want to go for Strappy, that's a CMS with Gridsome on the front end and something like that. If you're building an application that has no concern for SEO, for search engine optimization, then you want to either go for your normal view with Vue CLI, or your normal React with Create React app. And if you are building a project where you care about pulling in data from a server, maybe you need to have an Express server running, then you need to go for hybrids such as Nox.js and Next.js for your project. And if you're going to use state management, don't use state management until you're probably building a video editing software, or you're building Figma. If you're building Figma, yeah, you can go and use a state management library. If you're building a blog, don't worry. If you're building an e-commerce site, don't worry, just use React Context or just use Vue. Vue has really great state management. If you're also building, unless your project is super complex, maybe a guitar sync site or a music building application, don't go for state management libraries. If you want to have a function that checks the difference between two arrays, just copy the code from Stack Overflow and don't install Ramda or Lodash into your project. It's just going to increase the bundle size. If your company has a dedicated designer that designs a lot of screens, buttons, components, don't use React Bootstrap. It's not right. It's just going to be very difficult to convert the React Bootstrap components to your company components, right? So probably use something like Headless UI, which has just the structure, or Rich UI, which has just the structure, and then you can add the CSS to match your company's brand. All right, so I hope this has helped you out. That's it. Thank you guys so much for listening.
Thank you, Kati. That was really interesting. Do we have any questions from the audience? Let's see if anyone has any questions. Okay, I think there's one coming here. So someone asks, would you recommend using a state management library on dashboards that load data from a server?
Thank you very much for your question. I would say, first of all, measure the size of your application. If you're building a dashboard, let's say you are just showing analytics, you're just pulling, maybe showing a table of products and then a table of users. You do not need to, because most of these front-end frameworks already come with built-in state management. So probably learn the framework very well, because when I started my career, that was like 6 years ago when I learned about Redux. I was using Redux for everything, and one day I was wondering what the point was. And since then, I have used applications or built applications where they were using Redux. I think last 3 years, I was using an application where there was Mobix. It was a really complicated dashboard with graphs and analytics. And I deleted Mobix completely from the application, bundle size reduced by half, and I used React Context. So yeah, you just need to know the framework very well. And unless you're building something like Figma that needs a lot of state management, like many people on the website and complicated things like that, I wouldn't go for a state management library.
Okay, thank you. So another question is, what will you recommend for a company's landing page that is already built with a front-end framework? So would you recommend that they work around it or just rebuild it?
I would recommend, first of all, you can try pre-rendering. It's really, I can't remember the library, but I think prerender.io does it, where you take your app, maybe you've built with Create React app, and then you can use that to kind of generate the HTML, like render it for the browser. And then when Google is indexing the website, then it can, be performant with SEO. But in the long run, as maybe you're adding new marketing pages, I would just say go for something like Gatsby that is going to automatically generate static pages for you. So it can be on your long-term plan for the company, but at the start, since maybe by tomorrow you want performance and SEO, then you can go for pre-rendering. It's also very good.
Great, thank you. If anyone has any more questions, they can type it in or raise their hands. The person that asked this question sort of took the quiz question I was going to ask. So I need to think of something. Or Kathy, if you have any ideas for a quiz question, we can ask the audience. But let's just wait a bit for other questions that people might have. Okay, I don't think there's any other questions. Kat, do you have any quiz questions that you can ask the audience? I think you're muted.
Yeah, 1 second. I think I have my quiz questions. I think I should find them.
Great.
Where did I put them? Yeah, so I think the first question that comes to mind is someone comes to you and they say, hey, we want to build a SaaS application, and this SaaS application is going to allow people have discussions, internally with their company teammates, such like something like Slack, right? And what are you going to use if you're a React developer, for example? What are you going to use to build the marketing page for the website? And what are you going to use to build the actual SaaS application?
Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, great. We already have Sophia.
Okay, hello. For the marketing page, I'll go with Gatsby. But for the actual SaaS app, since it's going to be internal and would not require any SEO, I would go with React.
Awesome. Sounds good. That's exactly what I would do.
Great.
Nice.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm going to message you now for your email.
Okay. Another question?
Sure, we have time for another question.
Okay. I think I wrote this down before. So when would you use Rollup and when would you use Webpack at your company?
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, we have.
Hey, I would use Rollup when I'm building like a design system that we can share within ourselves and with other places. Then for Webpack, I would say when we're building client-facing applications like dashboards or websites. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sending you a message now. Okay, great. So that's we have one more break. Yeah, so we have one more break and it's gonna be just like 30 minutes. So we'll be back at 4 p.m. So yeah, we'll see you in about 30 minutes.
Hey everyone, welcome back. So we're going to get back into our talks by 3 o'clock. Well, I guess, but I am back with more jokes. So, okay, this one is not really like something you'd answer to, but it's just something. So, a programmer's wife told him to get some eggs while he is at the store, and he never came back.
Wait, I don't understand. What is the
It's so
what is
wild.
the joke?
It's so wild.
You don't understand what some is.
Well, like while he's at the store.
Wow.
Oh God, I didn't understand.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. What does a programmer's ghost say? What does a programmer's ghost say?
Oh wait, I have an idea, but actually I don't know. So I guess foo instead of boo.
He says what?
Like
you're the right.
Boo.
I think that could work. Yeah. I'll accept that. But he actually says boo, like a short form of Boolean. Like boo or something like that. But foo, I think they should add that foo is also pretty good. Let me see. Okay, let me see if there's another one. Wait, was it Spanish or French you're learning with do at a point in time?
Oh, Portuguese.
I think it was Portuguese, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so but what do Spanish programmers code in?
Wait, I have no idea. I can't guess.
You guys can write your suggestions in the chat. Okay. I'm not saying suggestions. Okay. It's Spanish programmers, they code in C++. C++.
Oh God. God. It's just no.
Yes, it's 3 p.m.
Yes, please, let's start. That was just too bad. Let's just start.
So yeah, that you can think of that before you sleep at night. Okay, so I'm going to be introducing our next speaker. Okay, so Ivan, I hope that's correct. Ivan is okay. Ivan is a front-end developer. He participated in the development of products such as Empego, Disket, that were used by more than 250,000 users. Wow. He currently works as a web developer at Vodacom, where he helps maintain and develop an e-commerce app. He also taught web development to more than 3,000 students during the Grow with Google program from Google and Udacity. He likes to share techniques on how to improve the user experience on mobile and web applications on his blog. And now he's here to talk to us about debugging web apps with Chrome DevTools. It sounds like it would be exciting because a lot of us just use console.log, but hopefully that would change after this. So, Ivan, you can take the stage.
Okay. Thanks, Linda, for the introduction. Hi, everyone. My name is Ivan. I'm a front-end developer, just like Linda said. And yeah, without further ado, I would like to start the presentation. So I'm not sure if you can see my screen already.
Yeah, I can see your screen.
Okay, great. So like in this presentation, I'll be talking mostly about Chrome DevTools, which is a pretty handy tool when it comes to debugging web apps, trying to find out if how something is working, why is it not working. And I think that learning some of this, some of the concepts behind the Chrome DevTools is pretty nice. And it can help speed up the debugging time in your web apps. I don't know, I don't know about you, but generally what I spend most of the time finding out two things actually. Why is it not working and why is it working? So these two questions are usually what take the biggest chunk of time in my when I'm developing web apps. It's usually why is it working and why is it not working? I would say I spend the least thing I spend time doing is mostly typing. So most of the time I'm debugging or thinking about how to implement something. So if debugging is what takes the biggest chunk of time in the development time, I think learning the proper tools can help speed up this process. So this is what the presentation is about. Like Linda said, I'm a web developer at a company called Vodacom. We are building an e-commerce site for which works as an escrow service where the buyer gets something and then the seller sends, and then we wire the money to the seller if the buyer is happy. If there's something that you want to ask afterwards, if you want to connect later on, you can just check me on Twitter. My handle is Ivan Bila. Also, my handle is Ivan Bila on LinkedIn, and most of the social networks, you can just find me by that handle. And another thing is just the view, the models, and the controllers of my own, which pretty much means I'm not going to break any secrets, or everything that I'm going to say here is my opinion or something resulting of my own research. So yeah, great. So just an introduction, this is my place in the Holy Wars. Like I prefer spaces and over tabs, and I like dark themes over light themes, because like we all know that light attracts bugs. So yeah, and I rather use Beams than Emacs, and I like Z Shell over Bash. And I like Edison than Tesla. So yeah. When it comes to Chrome DevTools, you can use, currently there's a lot of, I would say, distributions of Chrome. I don't know if that's the correct term, but there's a lot of instances of Chrome running everywhere. Even on VS Code, you can toggle the DevTools. Chrome is pretty much everywhere. So like in this presentation, I'll be focusing mostly on the long-term, on the official version of Chrome, which is just the Google Chrome, but there's other versions of Chrome, not the Chromium, but of Chrome. So there's the Chrome Dev, which is a version of Chrome that the main difference between the Chrome Dev and the main Chrome version is the time it takes to update, the time they take to ship new features to that browser. So on the normal version of Chrome, it takes about 6 weeks to ship new features and fix bugs. Whereas on the Chrome Dev version, it's they do a weekly update of the minor versions, not the major ones, of the minor, using the semantic versioning scheme. So generally with the Chrome Dev, they update it weekly. Same goes to Chrome Beta. The only difference is on the Chrome Beta, I think you can add comments and to the developers about the new features. There's also Chrome Canary. Chrome Canary, I think, is the one that gets the updates most often, which is every night. Chrome Canary gets new updates. So if you want to try out new things in the DevTools, in the Chrome itself, you can just install Chrome Canary, that every night you're going to have updates. The disadvantage of using these browsers to develop your web apps is that most of them are like, it takes 6 weeks to ship some of these features. And so like depending on what are you working on, you might be using a different version or a different browser than your users. And that can hurt like the experience of your app, because you might work on something that's not available for the users. But mostly if you want to try like DevTools stuff, you can use any of those. Another thing is that these versions of Chrome, the other versions of Chrome are not available on Linux. I think they're only available on Windows and Mac. So if you're using Linux, you can only use the official version of Chrome that gets updates every 6 weeks. Also in this presentation, there's a lot of things inside of the Chrome DevTools. I think we can spend maybe a week talking about the things that are inside the Chrome DevTools. So I'm going to shrink the scope of the presentation. I'm just going to talk about the Elements tab, the console, and then the sources and network and application. So I'm going to talk only about those five tabs of the Chrome DevTools. There's plenty more. I think there's the performance, there's the lighthouse for auditing performance, and way more things you can learn about the Chrome DevTools. So yeah, I think that's it for it. So let's get our hands dirty. So I'm using Chrome 88 just for on Ubuntu 20.4. So if there's something that you're not seeing, if you try something later on and you do not find it, just know that I'm using the 88 version of Chrome. So maybe you can use that one or like a more updated version. Okay, so I'm gonna close this part of the presentation. So generally the way to open Chrome DevTools, you just click the right side of the mouse anywhere on the page, and then you can just type inspect, and it's gonna pop up this this window with all of these tabs and all of this and the details about the page. Another way you can do it is just I think you can click Control Shift I, and it's gonna open the DevTools as well. Depending on how you want to work at it, either one works. You can use the inspect, or you can just click Control Shift I. For Mac users, I think it's Command Shift I to open the DevTools panel. Okay, so there are some things you can do on the DevTools itself before you start working on. You can tweak a couple of changes. Like I said, like light attracts bugs. So there's this gear icon here. You can change the theme if you want like a dark theme, or if you want a system preference. So I can select dark theme. Chrome DevTools, I have to reload the Chrome DevTools for those settings to take effect. So if I reload it, I'll have like the dark theme on the Chrome DevTools. Another thing you can do, if you cannot see properly, or if you want to have more room on your monitor, you can zoom in or zoom out. To zoom in, you can just use Control and the mouse wheel, so it will zoom in, and then you can also zoom out. You can also use Control and then the minus and the plus sign. So yeah, so you can zoom in and zoom out of the console itself. So when you open Chrome DevTools, you have all of these tabs. Like I said, we're just gonna focus on 5 of these. The first thing, I think the most common thing that most front-end developers see is the Elements tab. So here on the Elements tab, it will show a representation of what of how the DOM tree looks like. The one thing to notice that this is not the exact representation, is an approximation. So yeah, if you want to inspect the given element, there's many ways to do this. The easiest one is just to click this button and then hover that element. Let's say I want to inspect this one, and then I can hover it and click it. So the element tab is going to show me here on the DOM tree where exactly this node or element is. What are some of the properties? In this version of Chrome, if you hover over text, it will show you a couple of properties of the text. For instance, in this one, it's an A tag. It shows you the color and then the font size. And also something new on Chrome, it has some sort of accessibility score. I mean, it has the contrast score of that color. So they kind of tell you how much contrast the color has with the background of the site or in the component that it is in. So this is one of the ways to just find an element on the page. You can just click this one and then hover over the element. But sometimes you don't visually see the element. It might be hidden because you use like something like CSS to hide the element. So instead of just cruising and trying to find the element here, you can just click Control F. And there's plenty of selectors that you can write a lot of things to find the element. The most interesting one is this one called the XPath. So I can just say I want an element. I can just type this. So this will find a p tag that's inside of a div. So this is actually pretty handy. Like you can just find the element without knowing the class or any other stuff. You can also use the element, like you can also search for the images. I think you can also search for classes, like an element that has a class, a given class, and yeah, you can pretty much search by all of these terms. And if you have a CSS select, there's also another way to search for elements, for nodes in the elements tab. I think you can, there's a utility function for Chrome, call it inspect. So you can just call inspect. And if you have a CSS selector, yeah, you know exactly what the element is, but you want to use a CSS selector, you can just call inspect. And then here you write this. This is another utility function that you can use to query for DOM element using CSS. So let's say you want to find an image, you want to inspect the first image. So let's say you want to inspect this element here that is a class of front page layer. So what you just write the selector and then you paste in the text and then you click it. So, okay, that's interesting. But the main idea of the inspect function is that you write in like you write in a query and then it will inspect it here on the page itself. So there's plenty of ways of finding an element and inspecting in the DOM. Also here on the elements tab, there's a lot of things. I think here you see the styles, the computer, the layout, the event listeners, and then the DOM breakpoints. So when if I just, I'm not sure if you can still see, you can see clearly, or I should zoom it more. Hello? Okay,
I think I see clearly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see clearly too.
Okay, great. Does it help with the dark theme, or I should go back to the light theme?
Dark is probably better. Or light is good too. So anyone works, I guess.
Okay, great. So so like I was saying, I can just inspect any element on the page, and then there's the styles, computer, and then the layout, and then the events panes inside of the elements tab. So here on the styles pane, the idea is that it will show all the CSS rules that are targeted for this element. So here I can see all the CSS rules that are targeted for this element. And another thing that it does, it shows me, it kind of tries to figure out the cascading of the CSS rules. For instance, it tells you the cascading and which rules are kind of being applied. For instance, here it tells you that it's using this opacity rule instead of these others. I think this one is for Safari and in the IE. So like here, it will kind of tell you what are the CSS rules that are being targeted for this given DOM element. If I select another DOM element, it will show me what are the rules that are being targeted for this one. It actually shows, I think it also shows like the CSS variables that are being used for the element, and it shows you the rule and where exactly you can find this rule. If I click here, it's on this CSS file. I can click this button to format it. So you format and it will show me exactly where this rule was declared and in which file exactly was the rule written. So the element tab can come in handy for that. And another thing here inside the styles pane. Let's say I want to find out what I want to see what width rules are targeted for this given element. I can just type in width. I can just type something. I see that there's no width rule targeted for this element, but there's weight. So you kind of tell me exactly for this rule, where does it come from, and it's targeted for this element. I can search a lot of things here. I think I can search I can search for classes as well. And so yeah, another thing that shows up here on the elements tab is the computed pane. So the idea of the computed pane, the computed pane, it tells you exactly which it tells you what exactly is how is the browser interpreting your CSS rules. So I'll just open like another. I can just open any DOM element here. So like I have all of these rules, and here I can kind of see which ones are being applied, but on the computer tab, you can see exactly what are the properties that have been changed for this element. So if I see like the color for this exact element is this one, and I can expand it to see which rule is changing the color for the element. Whereas here, it kind of tells me what are the rules that are being targeted for this element and which ones are not being used. Whereas here in the computer tab, it tells you exactly what's being applied to this element. So for the colors, it's this one. For the display, it's this one. And here it tells you where does the style come from. In this case, it says user agent style sheet. I think this one comes from the browser itself. So I can just go on and see all the rules that have been applied to this exact element. So this can be pretty handy if you want to find out why something is looking at a certain way, or why or which rules are being applied. Whereas the styles can tell you which rules have been targeted for this given element. So the computer tab can be really handy in finding out what exactly is being applied and where is it being declared. Another thing that you can see in the computed tab is that if you have a relative measure on your site, let's say %m or any of that, here on the computer tab is going to show what does the browser resolve to, or what does this viewport resolve to. For instance, here I see that the spacing is 0.2 m, but here it actually tells me what does 0.2 m mean for this node element, which is this measure. So on the computer tab, you'll mostly see absolute you'll mostly see absolute measurements, which is like what does the relative translate to. Oh, so that's the computer tab. And still here on the elements tab, there's something that I don't know if other front-end developers actually struggle when I want to screenshot something because I want to show someone else something, or I would just want to check it out later on Photoshop if there's something wrong with it. So if I want to screenshot something, I will usually open something like the screenshot app, and then I'll try to match exactly the silhouette of the element, and then sometimes it doesn't come as the result is not as expected. So in Chrome, you actually have something that's pretty handy for doing this. If you click Ctrl-Shift-P, just like the Ctrl-Shift-P for VS Code, so in the Sublime, if I click Ctrl-Shift-P and then search for screenshot, it will show me like all kinds of options for screenshotting. I can screenshot I can screenshot the node itself. I can screenshot the page, the full size of the page, or I can screenshot this area of the page. So let's say I want to screenshot this node. I just have to do Ctrl-Shift-P and then search for screenshot. Screenshot for the node. So Chrome is going to screenshot the node, and then it's going to download the image. So this is the node that I press for the screenshot. I think there's also a different option for screenshot. You can just right click on the item and then capture the node screenshot, or yeah, there's also this option. But if you want to see all the available screenshot options, you can just search for screenshot with Command Alt P. So there's that too. Another thing, I don't know if you noticed, but when I hover over any of the elements, it changes, it gets more highlighted. Actually, I can, there's a different site that has a better, can you see it? So this button, so for this button, when I hover over it, it changes the color to yellow, but when I hover out, it changes back to gray. If I select it, and then I can search for something like color here, I see the color is light gray, but then when I hover over it, it's yellow. So if I want to force this button to be in a certain state, here in the Elements tab, I can just right click on the element, and then I can click force state. I can force it to be active. I can force the hover, the focus, all of these states. So I can just force the hover state for the element. And then so right away after I force the hover, in the styles pane, I can immediately see which rule is being applied for this button when I hover over it. So I can change it. Maybe I can change it to blue, or I can change it to black. So this can be pretty handy if you want to work with different states, if you want to toggle different states of your application. And also something that Chrome does, when you force a node to a given state, it highlights that node. So for instance, here, this node, this means that I forced this node to be on the hover state. So yeah, I can just unselect that option, so it can be back to its normal state. So you can do that with active, hover, and all of these options here. You can also, I'm gonna get back to this one. In the styles pane itself, you can also, there's also this button that you can also click to toggle the state, and it shows all of the states, and then you can just select which state you wanna force the element to move to. So you can use this option, or you can just come straight for the styles pane. So that was part of the styles pane in the elements. So another thing that you can do here, I'm going to find something that has a padding. So one of the features of Chrome, let's say I want to change the font weight of this font here. Let me just zoom in. I want to change the font weight for this element. So I can just, if I click here where it says element.style, if I write in style to this element, it's going to add it inline. So let's say I want to change the font weight of this element to, I want to change it to bolder. So instead of writing font size, font weight, and then all of these things, which can take a bit of time, if I just want to quickly debug, I can just write here the value of the property. So I can just write bolder and then click enter, and then Chrome is gonna complete the whole thing. So like this is how it look when the font weight is bolder. So this is actually pretty handy if you wanna quickly just try something. You can just type the value of the property, and then Chrome is gonna figure out what property exactly were you trying to work on it. So I can use this one to toggle the other pane. And also another thing that Chrome does, if I just come in here, let me find an element. Let me just add some padding to this element. I'll just put like 50. 50 pixels of padding for this element. So if I add maybe I have padding or I have margin for this element, if I hover over it, Chrome is going to highlight where is the padding on the page, what is affected with this padding. So if I just move the mouse out and then highlight, the same goes for margin. If this was margin, Chrome is going to highlight exactly what was applied. This can be really handy in cases where you have where you created your own custom grid. So if I highlight, if I hover over this element, it's going to show me like all of the areas that have been affected by the margin, or why the margin apply in this rule. So this can be really handy for you to understand where exactly your margin and paddings are being applied on the page, or what effect they're having on the page itself. I guess that was part of the elements tab. There's also something else on the elements tab which can help you. It can help you debug CSS grid. So you just come here on the layout. For this page, I don't think it uses CSS grid. So I have another page here that's using CSS grid. It's just loading. So I can just reload this page. Okay, great. So I can reload the page. So this page has CSS grid. I can see by this label that this node element is using CSS grid. The same goes for Flexbox. If it was using Flexbox, I would see the Flexbox label next to the node element. So if I just click on it, it will show me, so in the styles, it will show me the rule that is used for the rule that was used to apply the CSS grid. As you can see here, if I see the computer also, it can show all the rules that have been applied for this node. If I open the layout, I can pretty much see how exactly this grid was set up and other properties of the CSS grid. So this can be really handy for debugging the CSS grid. So next up, let me just close this one. There's actually something new, which is pretty nice. This is the Frontstack page. I'm going to zoom in on it. So let's say you are on the web and then you found something that's interesting. Let's say you think that the styling of this outer box is really nice and you want to use it on your page. So you can just quickly inspect. You can quickly inspect the page itself. As you can see, I think here is the Flexbox label for the page. And then let's say I like this box's style. I can just right click on it and I can just go and copy. And I can just go copy styles. Let's say I want to apply it to this header. So I just inspect this header. And I can paste it in line, and then maybe later on I can do something more elaborate. So I just click here and then click Control V. It will kind of copy all the styles of this element to this element and apply it. So this can be really handy. Maybe you're in a website that you like how they design a given button or how they design something. You can just quickly copy the styles and then paste it, test it on your web application and see if it works. So if I open here, like these are all the styles that have been copied from that button to this one. So now all the properties. So now like here, you can see all the applied properties to this button. So this can be really handy for copy pasting other website styles. So yeah, I think there's plenty of more things we could go over on the elements tab, but I think some of the basic and some of the interesting ones are something else you can check on you can actually kind of copy and cut an element in a node in the elements tab, or you can just hide the elements, or you can add breakpoints to the element itself, or if you want to expand, you can expand recursively the element, or you can just scroll into the view of this element. one thing that is handy is storing a node. You can store it as a global variable, and then Chrome automatically calls it temp1. So if I want to make changes to this given DOM, this DOM element, I can quickly just make the changes here. This is probably something that you have used at some point, which are the console utility functions. We're gonna check that one next. But for the elements tab, I think that's all. I'm going to move now to the console tab. So I think this is one of the places that we spend a lot of time, like the developers spend a lot of time. I'm just going to refresh the page. I would say this is where the most of the debugging takes place. So here, this is the console tab. One thing that's interesting, you can click this. You can show the sidebar, which here you can see the warnings, and then I think this page does not have a lot of console errors or warnings. I'm going to open a page that has them. Okay, great. So you can quickly open this button. It will show you the warnings and then the errors or the messages. So should be showing. Let me see why it's not showing the errors. I can just go to default. So here I can just, okay, I can quickly click to toggle and it will show me the errors. So for instance, this file has an error on it, and this file has one error. And then there's also the warnings. It shows you the warnings. So this can be helpful if you just want to check the errors in given files, or you want to check the warnings or the info in given files. This is usually hidden by default. So I'm going to reopen the page. One thing in the console tab, there's something called the console utility functions. It's called console utility functions. I think most of us use them. I think these are the console that logs and other interesting functions. Something that I find that's really interesting here on the console is that I can just quickly hover over an element. Let's say I can hover over the logo itself. And then if I want to manipulate this logo on the console, I can store it as a global variable, but I can also just hop on here. I click $0. So $0 will return a reference to this element that has the logo on it. So I can, so the idea of $0, it's kind of history. It brings back it brings the reference to the last inspected element. So the $0 will show me, would give me a reference to this icon. So I can go ahead and change. I can change the link for this one. I think this is how I change the link. I can just say that this is gonna open google.com. And if I open it again, you see that it changed the link. So you can do pretty handy thing with $0. Another utility function that I think a lot of people don't actually use it. So let's say I want to select all the images on the site. I can just do this and then select images. So it would return me a node list of all of the images of the site. So there's actually something, a utility function called copy. So copy, I think you can pass in the selector for the node list that you want. So if I just paste it here, so let's say I want to copy the data for all of the images. I can just wrap in the query selector. This could be an array or anything. So let's say I have this variable on the side called app settings, which is an object that contains a lot of information. So if I don't want to just copy everything line by line, I can easily just call the copy function and then pass in an object to it. So if we pass in object, there it is. If I open something like Sublime, and then paste in exactly, it's going to paste all the data that was in that variable. So this can be pretty handy if you want to debug something, if you want to see what are the values of an object, and this copy. And another utility function, I think it's $, and then parentheses. I can quickly search for a given node on the page, or I can, if depending on how and on the website, $, might be jQuery. So it really just depends on the site and how it's set up. So for this site, $ is jQuery. I can just come and try on Frontstack, but it's $. So here, $ is in jQuery. I can quickly just search for the paragraph tag. So it's going to return me the paragraph tag. And here I can just write like a CSS selector, like just bring me in a paragraph that's inside of a div. It's going to return a paragraph inside of a div, or just bring the main thing of this utility function, it returns only one result. It's usually the first one. If you wanted to return an array of results, you have to put $. So we return like an array of results that match the given query. So yeah, another utility function is the inspect. So inspect, you also pass in an object. It can be a selector, or you could just write something like document.body. So for inspect, you can just pass in like a CSS selector in here, like inspect means the first p tag. So it will automatically, if I just say inspect and then something, you automatically just inspect the first paragraph of the site. In this case, let me just get back and then do this. So it will automatically inspect this paragraph of the site. So I can use inspect for plenty of things, especially if I want to debug a very specific thing that it may be hidden. So let's say I want to inspect element with this site. And then I can just come here and then write it like this. So inspect me an element that has this class on it. So if I just click enter, it will quickly inspect element. I think this is not visible. I think it's the size of the viewport, but somewhere here on the top. So if I just do it again, inspect, it's going to show me exactly what it is. So that's inspect for checking for inspecting node elements on the page. Another utility function. So let's say here you wrote a lot of things. So there's error messages and all of this visual noise can be a detriment in helping you debug a web app. So there's you can quickly come here and then click clear console, or you can click Ctrl+R, or like there's a utility function called clear. It clears everything that's on the page itself. And another interesting thing here on the console tab, I think it's the live expressions. Let me see. So here I can click this thing, this I to set up a live expression. So let's say I want to monitor the value of this DOM node, or I can just quickly just come back here and set up a live expression. I want to monitor the value of the variable app settings. So I can just write in here like the live expression. So like what I can make changes to the site and to all errors of the site. So this thing is going to keep monitoring this variable and update the changes to the variable as I keep debugging the site. So this can be pretty handy. Another thing is I can just I can filter the levels, the debug level. I can choose to hide the info ones and then hide the warnings. Just show me the errors. So this can be really handy if you just want to see the errors. And also something else here, it will only show me. It would only show me the results, the messages coming from the errors or the information from this site. So there's something here, I can quickly click the toggle and I can select these options that says show me the selected context only. So here, this is the selected context. So if this wasn't selected, I would be seeing maybe errors coming from extensions and all other scripts that are not really important for this debugging session. So I can just select here to show me only the selected context, which is for the site and not for the other extensions and all of those things. So this can be really handy. And if it's something that you want into, you can also log the AJAX requests on the console. So yeah, there's plenty of interesting options here on the console itself. And another thing that's really handy, it's been handy to me, is so when you're logging a value on the console, instead of just logging, let's just say I just write console.log and then a variable, it's called app settings. For these ones, I think app settings is undefined. Let me see. Okay, so for this one thing, app setting is undefined. So one thing that can be really handy is instead of just logging it like this, you can wrap it up in object literal. If I just log app settings like this, usually when it logs the value, it will show the name of the variable. Let me just write different variable besides that one because it seems to be undefined. You can just log the app variable. I think they have an app variable here. Different. Hello, I think my internet was unstable. Hello, can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay, great. It's a bit rainy here in Mozambique, so it's kind of my internet is a bit unstable. As I was saying, one way to help when you're logging a value, let's say I just create a variable here, call it numbers. I can just call the A, or I can just call it numbers, and then assign it like a value, let's say an array of numbers. So I can easily just log the value like this and then just log in numbers. So it will show me the value of the variable. So depending, if you have plenty of console.log instructions on your code, let's say you have 10 console.logs, it only shows you the value. This is not quite helpful because maybe you don't know exactly what is the name of the variable. So something that can be really handy is that you can just wrap this in object literals, you say numbers. So it will tell you that, okay, the variable name is called numbers, and it's an array. These are the values. So this can be handy in helping you identify exactly what are you logging. Another utility function for the console is console.table. So I can just write here numbers. So it will show me the arrays in a table, the array values in a table. So for this case, I can see that this is the index, this is the value, and depending on the variable itself, it can have more columns. In this case, it only has 2 columns because we are talking about numbers here. But if it was something like an array of objects, this could be different. So we can just write the name, just write into objects here. So if I just write console.table for this array, it's going to have different, so here is the index, and then this is the value of the name. So whereas here is just index and value, so here you can have like 2 columns, and depending on how I keep going, I can add more properties to the object that is going to create way more columns. So this can be really handy if you want to see how exactly an array is looking like. This is how it would look like if you use it console.log, which is really different. Like here, I can here is different. I have to expand, and this is much clearer than the other version. So like these are the console. Those are the console utility functions. Another thing you can do here on the console, you can filter the output of the files on the console. So you can just filter. You can say, I just want to see errors that are coming from the scripts in this domain, and many other ways you can use to filter. You can filter the errors or the messages that are coming out on the console. So the next one is the networks tab. I'm going to jump onto the networks tab. And for that, there's actually this demo. Let me just restart here. Actually, this website demo-ish, like made by some Googlers. So when you open the networks tab, by default, it's going to be looking like this. It's going to be depending on how you change it. It's going to look like this. So it's going to be empty. If you wanted to have some data, you have to refresh the page, or you can just record and then do some activity on the page. So if I refresh the page, it will just tell me everything that happened, all the network details that happened. This is kind of like an overview of what happened. I usually hide this tab and I just keep it like this. And also another thing that I do, by default, this shows like pretty tiny and small. It shows pretty tiny and small lines. I would rather just use like large rows. With the large rows, I don't know if you can see here on the sizes column, it only shows one size, but if I use the large request rows, it will show me 2 different sizes. One is the compressed size, and then the other one is the uncompressed size. So that's one of the things you can change here. The first thing to see is here you see it will show you all the requests on the page. It will show you the name of the request, the endpoint, the status, and then the scheme, what initiated this request, and what is the size of this resource. In this case, it will tell you the compressed size, which is the transferred, and the uncompressed size. And also here you have the time it took, and then the waterfall. Here on the waterfall, you can see exactly where it took the most time. So in this case, like it took 500 milliseconds in the time to first byte, which is the time it takes to I think it's the time to first byte is the time it takes to establish the connection with the server, and then the time it took to download the thing. So usually have these columns. You can hide and show more. So here you can hide. You can show the URL if that's something that's important. You can show the protocol. You can hide some of the tabs. So I usually use just these tabs that are here. The columns that are here, those are usually enough for what I'm trying to debug. Depending on what I'm debugging, I can add or remove more. So here on the very bottom, you can see how many requests were made. And here you see transferred and resources. So the idea of transferred, it will tell you the transferred is the compressed size of the resources, and then the resources is the uncompressed size of the resources. So your browser transferred this many kilobytes, but the resources themselves have 11 kilobytes. So this is the uncompressed size. This can be handy as well if you want to find out if you don't have compression enabled on your server. This can outline exactly what cost is it incurring on the users. So yeah, this one is the compressed, this is uncompressed, and how long it took to download those resources. So if you can actually filter it here, you can just show the AJAX request. As you can see, there's none. You can filter by file type. If you want to see the JavaScript file, this is the JavaScript. If you want to see the CSS, this is the CSS. The images, this is the image, and then so on and so forth. One thing that can be cause of pain for developers is cache. So like one thing that I usually do when I'm developing, I disable cache. So this option can kind of disable cache. So Chrome won't cache your page. Another technique you can use if you don't want to use this one, you can long press the back button. You just long press, and then this thing, is going to show these options. You have the first option, which is normal reload, or the second option, which is hard reload, and the last one, which is empty cache and hard reload. You can select the one that suits your needs, or you can use Control-Shift-R, which is the hard reload. So depending on which option you wanna choose. Usually I just select disable cache, and that seems to do the job for me. If you wanna check two JavaScript files and CSS files, you can just click Control, and it will show both files. And if you wanna click you can click the images. If you wanna, let's say there's no AJAX request, but if I click this button, it's gonna make an AJAX request. So this is the AJAX request, and I can click on the request itself to inspect it. Here you can see the headers, the response, and the request headers. And you can also preview. You can preview the resource that was fetched. Depending on the resource, it might preview or it might not. And you can also see like the response. So this one has some formatting on it. This is the raw response. And the initiator, which means like who made this. Yes.
This is just a gentle nudge. So we'll move on like in 5 minutes, if that's
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. All right. I'll take that in mind. So here you can check the initiator, who exactly made this, which file made this request, and you can also see the timing, which is exactly as this one, the one that comes here on the waterfall. So you can also filter by file name here. You can filter by domain. You can here on filter by domain, you can select exactly which domain you want to see the files from. And yeah, one thing you can do that can be really handy when you're debugging for mobile is you can select what network speed you want. You want fast 3G, slow 3G, you want it to be offline. You can also add like a custom profile where you name the profile, and then you set the download, the upload, and then the latency for that. So this can be really handy for mobile. Another last thing, let's say that you're having an error and you want someone else on your team to check the error. So there's something called HR files in Chrome, called HR files, which is short for HTTP archive files. So the idea is that I can simply export everything that's happening on my networks tab, and then someone else, let's say someone else can come and visit the page and they can import. Let me just clear up. So my networks tab is empty. Someone else can just come in and import, and they can see exactly what happened, which requests failed, and why did they fail. And they can even, I think they can rerun the requests themselves. There should be an option to rerun the requests. somewhere here, but like, yeah, I think you get like the idea is that someone else can just take your network history and try to find out what exactly failed. This can be handy if you want to debug, someone else wants to debug the error that you're having. I would like to mention a couple other things like the sources and the application panel, but for the, I think we're out of time, as Linda said. So that was it from the presentation. Thanks for being around. And if you have more questions, you can just ask me on Twitter about me. So yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Ethan. You can stop sharing your screen. You said that you asked you questions on Twitter. What's your Twitter handle?
It's Ivan Bila.
Okay.
Shared it on our own Twitter as well. So if people follow the Frontstack Twitter, it will be there.
Okay, yeah. All right then. So I'll just move on to the quiz question. So the quiz question for this talk is, what does the $0 do? So what does the dollar, so that like $0, like what does it do in the console?
Happy, you can go ahead.
Hi, zero inspected element in the console.
What kind of idiotic design is this?
Okay, Evan, are you satisfied with the answer?
Yes, that is correct. The $0, I think, can she repeat her answer? I didn't hear it correctly.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so I said the $0 shows in the console the last inspected element.
Yes, exactly. That is correct. Like the $sign will give you the reference to the last inspected element on the console, or on the elements tab to the console. So you can use it for that. I think it does something else too, something related to heat map on the console. I'll share the link if you want to read more about it for the Google Chrome blog. It doesn't only do that, it does other things as well, but that's the main reason you can use it on the console.
Okay, thank you, Ivan, for clarifying. Happy, congratulations, you passed. So you can send your email to Ire in the chat. Ire, you can introduce the next speaker.
Okay, thank you. So we have just one more speaker today. Let me make sure she's actually here. Wait, Karen is not here. Let me try and, okay, remote panelist. So our last speaker of the day is going to do a code lab with me. So Karen is a software developer with a passion for using software to solve problems. So she's interested in all aspects of a software product lifecycle. So from design, front end, back end, deployment. And she's recently been enthused with open source and loves to discuss this with others. And in her free time, she also likes to cook and make YouTube videos. That's cool. So Karen, if you're here, I think we're still waiting for you to join, like add your audio. Let's see. Let's that video. Okay, so if you could just unmute and start your video. Let's see, I think she's having some issues.
All right, can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. But I can't yet see. I can't yet see you.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Really sorry, my network was trying. Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, so let me share my screen now.
Okay.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. It's officially the last talk of the session. The conference has been really nice. So many also giving the last talk of this session. So hopefully I can make it a little bit interesting. So let's get started. So I'll be kind of doing a walkthrough on building a web application with EJS as a case study. Now, I want to speak to a specific group of people listening to this conference this afternoon. If you know that you fall into this category, then you're the real G. What category am I talking about? Those of us with large family members.
Hi, Karen. I think your internet is
Here,
having
we
issues.
have
I don't know if anyone else.
very large.
Uh-oh, it's gone now. Yeah, I guess it's just internet issues. Let's see if she will be able to come back. In the meantime, any more jokes we can use to pass the time while waiting?
I heard it before you said it. It seems like you're really enjoying the jokes.
I guess.
Well, a programmer's really that boring. Is this all we have? Like puns. This is the only thing we can do to have fun.
I guess.
Okay. Google to the rescue.
Okay. Fair. Well, I knew it was going too smoothly with not really having that many technical issues. So something had to happen.
Yeah. Let me see.
Okay.
Why?
I'm back.
Okay.
So sorry, the network. Sorry, the network is really
You can save
terrible.
the joke for the end
As
of
we
the.
still Linda and jokes, just hold on and give jokes after this. Okay. So I was saying that if we come from a family of a large family generally, it's always really nice, except that you have to kind of keep a whole database of family events on your head. So if somebody is celebrating their anniversary, you have to remember and send them a message. Somebody is getting married, you have to remember and send them a message. And it's not like sending this message is the problem. The main problem is that the contents of this messages are very different.
Wait, sorry, you need to share your screen
And
again. To share your screen again.
okay, sorry. I was sharing already. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. So the content of these messages are very different. And for lazy people like myself, I would prefer if I had kind of like a template that, is already on ground, and I could just amend it, just like changing the recipient of this message and probably the occasion that they are celebrating, just changing it to fit the particular occasion instead of having to repeat this stuff several times. So if we convert that example to code, then it comes to, how can we avoid repetition, right? How can we avoid doing the same things? How can we try to do the same things in an automated fashion without repeating ourselves unnecessarily? And this is where this topic will come into play today. I'm going to be talking about EJS and giving an example of how EJS can help us, fight against this repetition. I forgot to introduce myself, but you have done that already. My name is Karen Iferia. I'm a software developer. I create content on YouTube and I also write. And you can contact me on Twitter at Iferia K. So Angela, one of my favorite people, said this, and I think I agree with her. She said that as developers, our tolerance for pain is inversely proportional to our knowledge or our skill. And this means that the more we know, the more we get better at software development, the less tolerant we are to do anything that can cause us pain, anything that can waste time, or it's just difficult to do. We don't want to do it. So this is where EJS, comes up. If I go back to the example I gave of having, different family events, it would be nice if we had a template that said stuff like, okay, hello, so family member, congratulations on your occasion. I wish you the best. Please say my greetings to, and then, for every family member in that family, you want to say greetings to that person's name. So if I had a template like that, if I was sending a message to my uncle, all I have to provide when sending the template is maybe an array or an object that contains the particular family member that I want to send this particular message to at this period of time, the occasion that they are celebrating, and maybe the other members of the family. So if I have that template, I could use that same template to send messages to several people without wasting my time. So now let's come back to coding. That kind of template is what's in coding, or one of them is what we refer to, what I'll be talking about today is called EJS. EJS is an acronym that stands for Embedded JavaScript Templating. Now, EJS is a simple templating language that lets you generate HTML markup with JavaScript. Now, as we all know, in web development, we say that HTML is all about the content of our page, while CSS deals with the structure and JavaScript deals with the functionality. So what we use JavaScript for basically is to determine how the stuff works. How can we interact? Okay, I want an animation to appear when I click on a button. We use JavaScript for that. But with a templating engine, one of which is EJS, we can do much more with JavaScript. We can actually use JavaScript to manipulate and generate HTML markup. So the case study I'll be using today is that of a to-do app. Now, a disclaimer, this app has been built before, and I felt like if I wanted to write the code from scratch in this, right now, it will take time. So I decided instead of that to just walk you through the code that I already have, trying to explain, the stuff step by step. So for the app, we are going to need these modules. We need EJS, we need Express, body parser, and Node. So you should have all of that installed. Now, if you use Express, Node and Express, because Express is also a framework that makes it easier to work with Node. If you use Express, you probably seen code that looks like this. So for Express, we are dealing with the server. We make a request. So this code on the slide, we want to make a GET request to our home route. And when you send a request, no matter what kind of request it is, whether it's a GET request or a PUT request or a post or a delete, whatever it is, along with the route you're making the request to, you also have to send a callback function that will take both your request and the response. So in this example, I'm making a get request to the home route. I'm sending along my request and my response inside the callback function. Now I'm creating an HTML template, right? And I'm storing it inside this variable or constant called HTML, using template strings for that. So it's basically simple HTML, doc type, HTML, the head, the title, H1, and everything. Now I want to send this HTML over to the server, and I will use the response object to do that. Now the response object has a method called send, and I can use this method to actually send over data or markup to the server. So res.send, what am I sending? I want to send HTML. But this looks pretty ugly because this is just about 10 or 11 lines of code. But imagine that what we were sending is 40, 50, maybe 100 lines of code long, and we write that within our route handler. It doesn't make sense because we are not really separating. We don't know who is doing what. We are not adequately separating HTML from JavaScript, and we shouldn't do that. Apart from this, in this particular example, we aren't even doing any kind of logic. We're not checking for anything. We are basically just sending or rendering something to the screen. But take a look at an example where maybe it's the weekend now and you want to write kind of like a markup that checks your current date and looks at the day. Based on whether the day is a Saturday or a Sunday, then you want to, send to the server, okay, it's a weekend, why are you working? Or it's a weekday, why are you not working? So if you wanted to do that and we have our markup like this, that means that if the logic is extended to be more than just checking for weekend or weekday, maybe you want to check for each day of the week, then you have to send different HTML files. It still is not the best at what it does. And even if the difference between the HTML files you are sending is very minimal, because you're using HTML, you still have to create an entirely new HTML file for the response to one single logic, create another entirely different HTML file to serve as the response to another logic. That is not, it doesn't, it's not what good developers will do. And this is where EJS comes in. So with EJS, we can create a template. And when I say template is still HTML, except that the way we write it is a little bit different. We can create templates, and then when we want to render those templates, parts of the template where we want to output JavaScript, the JavaScript that we want to output is sent along with the index.html. Now let me show you what we'll be building today. We are going to be building this to-do list. So if you've seen it somewhere before, it's not a problem. Like I said, I've built it before. So you're going to be building this to-do list. I'm going to open up my Visual Studio now and we'll see how everything works. Now, if we start with our package.json, we'll see the modules I have installed that you need for the project. You need body parser, of course, EJS, Express, Lodash, Mongoose, and NodeMon. You can always, I have a repository for this code. I'll drop it so that you can take your time to look at the code later, but I'm just going to run through it. So all of this will be used during the course of building this app. So when you build a server, you need to have an entry point. This is where all the logic that powers your app is going to be held. And for me, I made that entry point index.js. So index.js is where all of the code that powers the app resides. So let's just start from the beginning and see what we have. So lines 1 to 6 simply, I simply use them to require the modules I've installed. So I require all of them express and I store them inside these constants. So anytime I make reference to these constants, I'm actually making reference to these modules. So that's the express, body parser, mongoose, date, and lodash. Now, after you do that, the next thing is to instantiate Express. Express is now running, but how should we make reference to Express? I did that on line 9. So now I want to instantiate Express and I'm storing the value inside app. So basically all the properties, all the functions that Express has, I can now use them on this constant called app. Because this app is deployed, that's why I have all of this here. So basically in deployment, the deployment platform will choose the port, but on the local host here, I'm going to open it on port 3000. And that's what I have opened here already. Now, for you to use EJS, you have to set something called the view engine. You need to set the Express view engine to use EJS. And that is what I'm doing on line 18. I'm setting the view engine of this app to use EJS. So this tells the application to use EJS to render, all the templates. A second thing that this line does is that by default, when you are building an app using EJS for templating, you're expected to create a views folder at the root of that application. So I have the views folder right here. So by default, it knows to look inside the views folder to see all the templates that you have. So in the views folder, I have about.ejs, footer.ejs, header.ejs, and list.ejs. Why EJS is really awesome, is amazing, is because, well, before I continue, EJS is basically also HTML. To prove that, if you open header.ejs right here, this is what we have. And this is basic HTML. Doc type HTML, your HTML tag, head, meta, title, and link tag is something that all of us know. So this is everything we have in.
Can you hear me? Are we supposed to be seeing like your code? Because it's still on your slides.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I thought you were seeing my code already. So sorry, 1 minute. Let me stop. Okay, so I'm sharing my code now. Can you see Visual Studio?
Yeah, we can see it now. Thanks.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I thought I was sharing the. So I was saying that EJS files are simply also HTML files. So this is what header.ejs look like. You have your default doc type HTML, the HTML tags, head tags, meta tags, title, and link. But the good thing about EJS is the way this header.ejs is, I can actually include that, copy everything without needing to copy lines 1 to 9. I can simply output all of this just by using header.ejs. And that is what is being done here in about.ejs. If you open about, I'm using EJS to say these tags, right? They are very important to take note of. These tags, they are output tags. So whenever you use them, whatever you have in between these tags, by the time the page or the template gets loaded, it's going to actually output the content of that into the page when it's getting loaded. So on line 1, what I'm saying is when you're trying to load this about.ejs file, first and foremost, load everything that is inside header. And because, like I said, it knows that all the templates are in views folder, I don't need to add header.ejs. Just stating header is enough for it to know that the extension is actually .ejs. So it actually goes into header.ejs, looks at what is there, and tells EJS, I have to get my styles from this place and everything, and uses that to load up your about.ejs. And that's the same thing I have with footer.ejs too, just the closing body tag and HTML. So those are the partials. Let's get right into the actual code that powers the web app. So list.ejs is where the to-do list structure is defined. So let's take you one after the other. First, I have a div. The class of box and the ID of heading are used for the styling, like you will see. And then I have H1. Now, inside the H1, unlike what we see normally, in normal HTML, you just write H1 and whatever, maybe current list or something. But here, a default value is not being given. Instead, the value that is going to be put here when the list is being rendered is the value of the property list title. So this will mean that when this template is being rendered, a list title property has to be sent along, right? right, with the template when it's rendered, and then it will change or output the value of list title into this position. Now let's go back to index.js and see how that works. So all of this is just using Mongoose because it's connected to MongoDB server behind the scenes. That's where all the information stored in the to-do list are actually saved. So for Mongoose, when you want to create, when you have something you want to save on the database, it needs to have a structure. So in this case, what we want to save are the to-do items. And all that a to-do item really is, or all that a to-do item should really have, is just a name. Because I want to be able to save a to-do like, okay, I have a talk at this conference, or I want to visit my grandfather or something, just the name. So lines 27 to 29 says, create a schema or a structure for the items. And what I want to be in, or how I want the structure to be is, I want to have a name, right? I want to have a name property that is of a type string. Now I'm using the get date function, which I stored. I created a totally different module called date.js, and that simply has two functions, one that returns the date and another one that returns the day, right? So I use that date module in here to get the current date. Now, after I have created the schema or the structure for all the items of this to-do list, I have to create a model. MongoDB, this is just how MongoDB works. You have to create a model that follows, something that is modeled after the schema. So that is now the items. So you can now create items of this type of model. So I'm creating 3 default items that we can just use to start up with the to-do app. I have item 1, which is of type item, and a name, since we've defined that all the to-do items should have a name. So the name is just a string that says I'm a default task. Another one like that for item 2, I'm another default task. And then I store both item 1 and item 2 into default items array. That's about the item schema. Now the to-do list itself should have a schema. How should the to-do list look like? That's the list schema. So for the to-do list schema, what I want is a name, because every to-do list should have a name, so I can find out where or what to-do list I saved what. So every to-do list should have a name, and the name is also of type string. Then every to-do list should have items, and the items are of type item schema, or they correspond to the item schema. So that's lines 48 to 51. After creating the list schema, now I can create a model, and that model is the list. Now I want to go back to show you what would actually happen when this file is run, because when the file is run, I expect to send along a variable or a constant called list title, and the value of that constant is what will be outputted here. Because when this loads up in the browser, you're not going to see list title. Instead, you will see the value, right? The value of this list title property. So where does that happen? That happens here. Now we are going to create several routes, of course, because if you have a to-do item, you want to be able to add items to your to-do list. You want to be able to fetch items from the to-do list, especially since you've saved it in a database. So the first route we'll be looking at is the home route. If I want to retrieve data back. In this case, I want to retrieve my to-do item that I've saved in the to-do list. So I have to send a GET request to the home route. And of course, that will go along with a callback function that will take the request and the response. Now, item here that we have, item is actually the model that we have defined up here that corresponds to the item schema. Item, this item. Now, I have to check that item model for all the to-do items that have been saved to it. I remember that the two items that we save by default are these ones we call default items. This is if the to-do list does not have any items. So by default, every to-do list in this web application comes with those 2 items. The first one having a name of I am a default task, and the second one also having that same exact name. So it searches that item model, it searches it to look for to-do items that are present inside it. And along with the search, you have a callback function that takes an error and the found items. If it searches inside that model and actually finds some items, it has to save them somewhere. So if the items that he found, right, the array, if the length is 0, there are no items in the array, then we're not where we want to get to yet. If there are no items, what do? We can now insert those default items 1 and 2. I'm a default task, I'm a default task. We can insert the 2 of them into the model. And if it successfully is inserted, then it should log successfully saved these default items to the database. And if that is true, res, remember that earlier we called the send method of res. Res is short for response. For every route, for every request that you make, you need to get back a response. So we could also have, instead of REQ, you could have request in its full form. And instead of RES, we could have result in its full form. But we'll just go with rec and res. So res has a function, a method called redirect. So it says after all of this, from lines 57 to 66, after everything you define here has been successfully done, what should I do? Redirect the user to the home route, because that's what we want to happen. We want the user to be able to see their home route. That is the main to do. So assuming that the user does not find anything, right, or we have not even created the to-do list at all, what should we now do? In that case, I want you to render list. Can you guess what list is in this case? List will now refer to the list.ejs. So in case all of these are not true, I need you to render that list file. Now, because when we are arranging the list file, there are properties that we need to get their value, like list title, like new list item, and some other ones here. We have to send along the value of those properties when we are trying to render the file. And that is what is happening here. Res.render list, but along with the list you want to render, also send list title, and the value of list title will be day. So when this file is now loaded or is now rendered to the screen, it sends along the value for list title, and the value is day. And if you remember, day is what we have up here. Day. Yes, this is it. Day is what we get from get date. And if all is well, that should give us Saturday, February 13th. And that is exactly what we see when we go back to our browser. Saturday, February 13th. This styling are there because we have added necessary classes here in what did we add it again? Here in header.ejs. We have told EJS where to find the styles, which is inside the CSS folder, styles.css. So that is basically it. So how the fact that we have this for list title, if I decide in my index.js now that I don't want the value of list property to be the day any longer, I can just change this here and just say, maybe I just say sample day. And if I refresh my browser, that what we had as February 13th, Saturday, should automatically change with sample day just by changing the value of list title. Okay, let's check that out. Refresh. Great. So we have sample day. So this means I can basically send in any value, right, as the value of this property just at this point without touching anything in list.ejs. So that's one of the amazing things that EJS can help us to do. Now let's go back to our list.ejs. So list title, like you can see here, is basically what we have here. list title. But let's see what other features does this to-do app have. Now we have a form. We have a form, and the form consists of a div with a class of item, which is each of these. This checkbox and this paragraph is inside that div with a class of item. So for that form now, we have an input type checkbox, of course, and then we need to give the checkbox a name so that when we want to delete, we'll have something to access, and then the value. Now you can see that the value is also this output tag, like I said. So whenever we want to use the value, what is actually outputted is the value of this item dot underscore ID. And this comes from MongoDB. Whenever you save data to MongoDB so that it can be uniquely identified, it gives each data an ID property. Then this paragraph takes item.name, and that will be what the user enters. In this case, new item, second item, and like that. Now let's see where this is used. Now there's a little bit of a difference between this tag, this one here. Let me write it so that everyone can see. Now there's a difference between these two tags. This first tag is used to output, the value of the markup, while this tag is used to evaluate JavaScript. So this means that with EJS, we can actually write logic, we can actually write JavaScript straight inside our HTML. The same way you would wrap your JavaScript when you're writing it inside HTML, the same way you wrap it with opening script tag and closing script tag. By wrapping, lines of your code that are JavaScript with this, it knows that I'm not supposed to output this. Instead, I'm just supposed to evaluate it as JavaScript. And that is exactly what is happening here. New list items dot for each. For each of the new list items, I send a callback function that takes the item, and then I perform these operations on it. I can delete each item from that list of new items. But at this point, we don't know what new list items is or what item.name is. The value or the value of these properties will be given inside index.js when the list.egs is about to be rendered to the screen. So if we go back to index.js, we are done with the home route. Now we want to look at the post route. So a get route simply means give me data, I want to retrieve data. But a post route means I want to add data, I want to send data over. So what if we are making a post request? What if we want to make a post request? I remember that the request we are making here, we are making a request to the home route, right? So for each request, we practically need two things to be sent over. If I might remind you, when we were creating the schema for the list, name, which is a string, the name of the schema, and also have an items property, which will correspond to the item schema. So now when we are about to send over data or a new list, those two things have to be present. We need to send over the name of the item and also the name of the list. This is why in list.ejs, we had to add a name. We had to add a name for the data that we want to send, list name, because that name is what we'll use to get back the data from the body object. So now every time the request is made, the body object, which is why we install the body parser module up above, the body object now has access to this new item property, which is the name from list.ejs. For us to not get confused, we can just store the value of this inside this constant called item name. Also, the new list that we want to send, We also get it from the name property, which is the list, and we can store it inside the list name constant. Now that we have gotten that, we need to create new items that will conform to this item model. So constant item will be an instance of the item model. And of course, because it's an object, we need to give it a value for the name property that is compulsory. Every item must have a name. And in this case, the name we want to have is the item name that comes from the data that the user or the person who wants to use the to-do actually sends. Now we have to do some checks. The main to-do that we have in this app is this to-do that has the heading. I've changed it back to, I haven't changed it to sample day, but I changed it back. 1 minute. Okay, so this is the main to-do. The to-do that has the heading Saturday, February 13. So at this point where we are trying to create a new to-do, we have to check because we don't want to have multiple main to-dos. So we have to check that the list name, right? This one, the name of the to-do list is equal to day. If it is the same thing as the value of day, which is what we had as the header, then we can just save that item. So that means that that to-do item actually belongs to that to-do list. And if that is true, we can now redirect the user back to the same place where he can see the main to-do. And now the main to-do will have not only the default to-do items, which were I am a default list twice, it will also have the new item that we just saved. If this is not true, that means if the list name is not equal to day, then we have to find, this is going to make sense when I show you that the advantage of this particular to-do is you can create countless number of custom to-dos. You might just be thinking, I wish I had a work to do. And just by adding a slash and the name of the custom to-do list you want, you can create a custom to-do. So if the list, if the to-do list is not the one of that current date, then it has to look inside the list model and look for any other list where the name of that list corresponds to this given list name. And when it has found that, it's going to redirect the user to the to-do list with that list name. So this means that maybe I have a to-do list that I called Frontstack, or I have a to-do list that I call work, or I have another one that I call miscellaneous. If it has checked it and it realizes that the current list that you have is not equal to the main to-do list, then it's going to have to check the list and see what to-do list do I have inside this model. Okay, you have Frontstack, you have work list, you have miscellaneous list. Which of them do you want? It will now check what name is this one that you're looking for. If the one I'm looking for is Frontstack, okay, I have a match. So it's going to push that new to-do item into the Frontstack to-do. It's then going to save it and redirect the user to that to-do with that name. So that is what the post request does, or the post route does. Now let's quickly look at how we can create multiple custom routes. If I go back here, if I do /work, I have a work to do that is totally different from the home to do. If I remove work and I say miscellaneous, I have a miscellaneous, and this just has the 2 default tasks. I even created one to do for Frontstack, although I don't know what we are going to put there, but this is the Frontstack. This is the Frontstack to-do list. So you can basically create numerous any.
You can see your browser if you're. Are you trying to show the browser, because we're still looking at the code?
Okay, 1 minute. I thought I can share my entire. I have to do. Okay, can you see my browser now?
Yeah, we can see it now.
Okay. So I was basically saying that the way the app works, you can create countless numbers of custom lists just by adding a slash to the home route and the name of the list you want to create. So here's a list for Frontstack. If I write work, it will search if I already created a work to-do list, and if I have, it will redirect me there. If it's a new list that I don't have before, it will just create that list for me by default, and it will add the two default to-do items to the list. So let me go back to my Visual Studio Code now. So back to the Visual Studio Code. How am I able to create a custom to-do list? In this case now, the route that we want to access is not just slash, because slash stands for the home route. In this case, it follows this format: slash, then you have a colon, then this just stands for, I just called it custom list name. What is actually going to be is slash Frontstack, for example. In that case, Frontstack will be this custom list name. But this slash and this colon are absolutely important if you want to create a custom route. So I create it like this, where this custom list name will now be the value that I enter after the slash. So when I said localhost port 3000 slash Frontstack, that means that I'm trying to create a new custom list with the name of Frontstack. So if you create a new custom list, what happens is the browser goes back into the list model and tries to see, has this particular list not been created before? Because it's not possible for you to create a to-do list called Frontstack, where F is capital letter, all the others are small letter, and still create the same thing again. So it has to check, do I already have at least one to-do list where the name is equal to this custom list name the person is trying to enter? That's what line 80 is doing. Find at least one of the lists inside the list model where the name and the custom list name are a match. And if you find that, send over the callback function that will take an error and the found list, the to-do list you actually found that matches the one the person entered. If there are no errors and there is no found list, that means such a list has not been created before. Then you can now create a custom new list. And the new list you are trying to create has to follow the list model. And what did we say has to be true for the list model? Every list, the list model, for every list in the list model, the to-do list must have a name and it must have items. So now I'm saying create a new list following that model, give it a name whose value is equal to the custom list name the person has just entered, and the items property are the default items, which are two, if you remember. The first one, I'm a default list, and I'm a default task, and the second one too, I'm a default task. So because this is true, that is why we are able to literally create any list here. We can create anything. Even if it doesn't make sense, just create it. It's going to create that list for you. If I create a life list, it creates it. So now it replaces the value of list title with this new custom list, which is custom list name is life in this case. So it replaces this H1 value with life, and the two default items that you have here are the default items that we had. I'm a default task, I'm a default task. If I want to create another one called geography or coding, basically any number of lists can be created by default, which is really, really good. Imagine that there was no EJS and you have to create a separate HTML file for coding, for example. Maybe you have to create an HTML file where you say, okay, H1 is coding, title is coding, then you have all of these. Create a separate one for geography, another one for carrying, another one for Frontstack. You can imagine how the amount of work that you have to do. And that is why EGS is really, really super nice. So that is it for creating a custom list. What else do we have here? Then we can also talk about posting to the home route. Then we can also delete. If you want to delete an item, what do we do? So in this case, we are making a post request to the delete route. And it goes there with a callback function that takes a request and a response. Now, how do we delete? The way that this, oh, I have to share again. Sorry. Let me go back to my home list for 3000. The way that you delete here is just by checking the input. The way that the deletion is done is just by checking the inputs. What's it called again? By checking the checkbox. That's how the deletion is done. But what exactly happens behind the scenes? What happens behind the scene is, if you go back to list.egs, we'll see that the checkbox input has a name. The checkbox input has a name, and the name is checkbox. So this name is what we are going to use when we want to delete. So now the particular to-do item that you want to delete, you have to get that using the checkbox name from request.body, and we'll store that inside the checked item. The list name, the to-do item you want to delete, from what list or in what list does it exist? We need to get the name of the list which it comes from, and we get that using the list name property, and we store the value inside list name. Now we have to check once again if list name is equal to today. I've actually changed a lot of things here, but I've not updated this code.
Code editor.
I forgot to share. Sorry. Okay, we are here. Can you see now?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you want to delete, we will use the name property of the checkbox, which I still call checkbox, to know the particular to-do item that we want to delete. We also use the name property of the list, of the to-do list, which is called the list name, to know where or from what to-do list does that to-do item come from. And then you have to check this. I have changed this. This is actually supposed to equal day. If the list name is equal to the current day, then the item model. Now, all these methods, they are methods that come from MongoDB. So MongoDB models have a method called find by ID and remove. And thank God for IntelliSense. It gives us an idea that is equivalent to, it finds a matching document, removes it, passing the found documents, if any, to the callback. So basically, it's going to look for the ID that corresponds to the ID of the to-do item that was sent over to be deleted, and it's going to remove it. So if it finds any item, which is the checked item, if it finds an item whose ID corresponds to the ID of the item that we want to remove, then it's going to check for an error, and the item and redirect the person back to the home list. But if it does, sorry. But if it does not find, if it does not find that one, if it cannot find by the ID, it will just find one item that belongs to that document where the name is the same thing as the name of the to-do list, and it will, update the items to include all of them, but the item with a particular ID, and then to redirect the person back to the default or the custom to-do list from which this to-do item we want to delete comes from. So that's basically it. If we go to the work route, it's simply renders the list. Now the list title is now work list, and the new list items are the work items. The same thing for the about, the same thing for the miscellaneous, and that's it. So using EGS basically it just helps you to avoid repetition. You can see from everything we've done that all of the different to-do lists that we had, the miscellaneous list, work list, main list, they have very similar markups if you look at the .egs file. So if you had to create a separate HTML file for all of them, to just be a waste of time. And because it's a template, you can always add more things to it, a lot of more things you can add to it. Then the last thing I want to show here is that by default, the way we are able to link to static assets like CSS styles or images or videos is a lot different in EGS than it is in regular HTML. So in HTML, you just have the folder in here and you can just search the folder directly, but it's different because the view engine we are using here is EGS. EGS allows you to actually express, which is what we are using now, which is a framework for Node. It allows you to explicitly create a static folder, right? So it is this static folder, it is inside the static folder that you put all your static assets. Now, if I remove this line 22, if I just comment it out, if I just comment out this line 22, and I save my, what do I do? If I comment out line 22 and save my app again, let's see what is going to happen if we will still be able to see the styling. And then all the styling is gone. This is, somebody might say, but in header.ejs, we're able to tell you where to link to, check href, check inside CSS, styles.css. This is true. But because we have not explicitly stated what folder should be the static folder, EJS does not know where to look for the static files. So line 22 says that EJS, for the duration of this web app, I'm telling you that all my static assets, my images, my videos, my CSS styles or whatever are going to be inside this folder called public. And you have to create the public folder, which is the static folder you want to create. You need to make the location inside the root of your folder. This public is just a, what's the word now, like a parameter. I can name it basically anything, but all the files that I need for all the files I need that are going to be static assets, I need to put everything within this public folder. So just doing this now, EGS knows to look inside public folder whenever it sees anything like scripts or link, anything that has to do with static files. It knows that it's going to be able to find it inside the public folder. So when I share my browser, so just by doing that, when I refresh my page here, I have this. So if I go to, let's try to delete something else from here. Okay, so you can see now, that's why I said earlier that I made a little bit of a mistake. That time when I deleted something, was giving some weird strings here, but everything works very well now. Once I check this box, it just deletes it and it redirects back to the correct one. If I go back to the Frontstack to-do list I created earlier and I check this first to-do list item, it deletes it and it just redirects me back to the current list item to the current to-do list that I am in. And that is all as a result of this line of code here on lines, where is it? Here. So it's all as a result of this. It has to check because the default list has the title of day, which is February Saturday, February 13. So if it has checked and it sees that it actually belongs to this list where the value is day, then it can find it by that ID and remove it. If it is not, then it can look through the rest of the list and then it can finally redirect the person. That means after it actually deletes that particular to-do item, it can redirect the user back to the home route. And in this case, it can redirect the user back to the list that has that list name. So that's everything about EJS. Let me go back to my slides. See if I can share my slides now. So we can see that using EJS is a lot better, much easier to read than writing ugly as code like the one we have here. So using EJS, we can render templates of our HTML, and while doing that, we can also embed JavaScript within it. And I feel that this is really nice because it means that JavaScript is a lot more extensible or expandable than what we know it to be. Many people are scared of using JavaScript, but with EJS, it's actually quite cool to test out several things, see how you can actually embed JavaScript. A lot of things can be done inside EJS, not just looping like we saw for the dots for each. You can loop, you can run while loops, you can actually test for conditions. Just make sure that what you're doing, if it is JavaScript within your EJS, then you need to put it inside that tag, the opening angle bracket, the percentage, then percentage and closing angle bracket. And if what you want to use is actually going to be embedded, if it's going to be an output, if an output is going to, if a file is going to be outputted at that point where the EJS file is rendered, then instead you use the other kind of tag. So a template, probably should have gone through this before, but a template is a document that contains a given structure that you need for the final output. But it also contains sections that need to be interpreted in order to generate the final document. So that's basically what EJS does. It's still pretty much your HTML, but there are parts of EJS, because the templates, that the value that you need to be outputted there is not given until you are trying to actually generate the document. That is when the value that you need to be there will now be given. Templates can be customized to suit your preference. So that's basically everything. Thank you so much. This is where my slides stop. Thank you so much for listening. If you have any questions, you can send me a DM on Twitter at Ifeanyi. Thank you very much, Ire and Frontstack team.
Thank you, Karen. That was great. That was great. We have one question already in the QA, but if other people want to ask, they can still quickly ask before we do our roundup. But this question is more like, after this, are you going to share like your code so people can go over that?
Yes, definitely. I'm going to, okay, let me stop sharing. I want to see if I can get the GitHub repository so that you can just go there and just see how. Give me 1 minute, please. Let me see.
Yeah, you can do it after and maybe just share on Twitter, and we'll also retweet it. So yeah, that will be available. I don't know if anybody else has questions around this, but I can just go to the final quiz of the day. And this is going to be a very easy one, I think, anyway. So everybody get ready. So the question is, what does EJS stand for? Yeah, I have like a lot of people. Okay, so I think
maybe that's too easy, but I don't know.
Yeah, but it's the last. Okay, I think I clicked on someone already. Let's see, are they up here? Dami. I can't hear anything. Okay, I think you're muted.
Can you unmute Dami? We can't hear you.
Sorry, hi.
Hi.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you. You can go on.
Oh, sorry, there was a mix-up. I just saw on mute. I wasn't sure why.
Okay.
Okay, then I'll go to the next person. I think the next person was it was Isaac that I was about to click on.
Okay. Hi. Good evening. EJS means embedded JavaScript. So the EJS embedded JavaScript template.
Yeah. I said it was
template.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well. That's really
All right. Thank you. So I'll send you a message now to get your email. All right, so that is it. Let's see, let me move this. All right, that's it. We've come to the end of the conference. Thanks so much to everyone who joined. And oh, wait, we're missing the important thing, Linda's joke. Please tell us the joke before we close.
I don't think it's good enough to like wait for, but
okay.
Why did the JavaScript developer quit his job? Yeah, why did he quit his job?
Something about cash again? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I think anything smart will work. There's no like strict answer for this one.
Yeah. Okay, you can tell us the answer
then. He didn't get a raise. Yeah.
Fair. Okay. Well, thanks for that.
I think like it could also be the reason why they sacked him. Like they can sack him because he doesn't understand a reason.
Yeah, exactly.
But he decided to quit.
Okay. Well, thanks everyone for joining. Yeah, those are all the questions. So we don't really have more educative IO licenses to give out, but I mean, you're welcome to obviously rewatch this and look and learn more, and I don't know, but I'm sorry, we're out of the license, so no more questions. Yeah, so thanks everyone for joining. I think that's basically it. We can just close off. Thanks to all our amazing speakers for taking the time out to educate us. And yeah, I don't know, Linda, if you have anything else to say, but we can close off.
Good. Thank you everyone for joining us. You made this so much fun.
Yeah. Thank you. And I guess we'll see you next year, hopefully in person this time. But yeah, who knows what's happening with Corona. So all right then. Thank you and bye.
Bye.
Thank you guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.